physically, another victim has said, as she has reported this. These are the statements that have come in. And victim number 8 says they tried to harass her physically, sexually molested during work hours. This is not just one story. There are many victims that have come forward, viewers, including one male who was being converted, forcefully converted to Islam, and his religion was made fun of. Sanatan was made fun of. They were saying malicious things about Sanatan Dharma, the gods, the Hindu gods and goddesses. And these are some details which are very disturbing that have emerged, viewers, of this grooming gang. And now who's the preacher? The Malaysian preacher. He was part of this module. His videos are on WhatsApp. And in his videos, he has tried to brainwash these women. Malaysian preacher in WhatsApp chats brainwashes women and lures them with a job abroad and a luxury lifestyle in the name of conversion and coming to maybe Malaysia or elsewhere. Malaysian preacher was introduced to TCS victims via video. So all this, imagine, was happening in an organization that is TCS, Nasik unit. And it was all happening for a long, long time, viewers. This is not a one-off incident. This has been happening for a long time. And this was a whole system that was set up there. And we have VHP spokesperson, Mr. Vinod Bansal, joining us on the broadcast. For more, thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, these are details, shocking details that have emerged, and it's a wider network now we are looking at. This is not just one-off case, and even if it was a one-off case, one should report it and be investigated. But this is an entire network that's, operating in a company as big as TCS. That there's a link to Malaysian preacher. There's a link to a blast accused as well, sir.
Definitely. This is not the case of only the TCS only. But the Tech Mahindra and so many other tech and the multinational companies of the nation are having the same picture coming in from their offices, actually. The thing is that we have seen so many, more than a dozen corporate houses which have been come to the pitchfork that the same thing is being happen over there also. And we are just going to take a very serious issue and matter very seriously. And tomorrow we may announce a big step to be taken. And today we have issued a press statement asking the central government as well as the state governments to pass a stringent anti-conversion law. And you see this type of not only the anti-conversion, but the Islamic sex gang is totally and the conspiracy, they are making victimize the Hindu girls. और आप देखिए कि वर्क प्लेसेस में जिस तरह के ये जिहाद जो चल रहा है और मजहबी कट्टरता जिस तरह से बढ़ती चली जा रही है, अभी तक ये देखने में आया था कि शायद ये जो कम पढ़े लिखे और मदरसा छाप लोग हैं वही इस जिहाद में और कन्वर्जन रैकेट में और इस्लामिक सेक्स गैंग में इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं। लेकिन अब जिस तरह से हाई टेक और हाई प्रोफाइल जो पर्सनैलिटीज हैं, जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, वो पढ़े लिखे लोग चाहे डॉक्टर हो, इंजीनियर हो या चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हो, टेक हो या ये इसका जो सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपर्ट हो, सब जगह से एक ही कहानी आ रही है कि जिहाद जिहाद जिहाद। और आप देखिए कि ये चाहे किसी भी कितना ही पढ़ा लो इनको, कितना ही इनको समझा लो, कितना ही इनको ज्ञानी बना लो, इनका ज्ञान सिर्फ एक ही तरफ चलता है कि कैसे हिंदुओं को फंसाना, हिंदू बहनों की इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करना, किस तरह से जो है लगातार जो। और देखिए इसके लिए ये जो मोडस ऑपरेंडी है वो जिस तरह से महिलाओं को साथ में ले रही है, ये बड़ा खतरनाक है। आप देखिए कि मुस्लिम महिलाओं पर भी अभी बिलीव करना बड़ा घातक होता चला जा रहा है। अभी तक हमारी देश की बेटियां जो है एक वल्नरेबल सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी थी और वो कम से कम उस पर भरोसा कर लेती थी कि कम से कम ये तो महिला है, महिला तो महिला का दर्द समझती होगी। लेकिन उसको नहीं पता भोली वाली बेटी को कि आखिरकार कब कौन सी कोई निदा बन जाएगी, कब कौन ये शाहीन बन जाएगी और कब कौन जो है ये शाहीन जो है ना कभी किसी आतंकवादी के साथ हमें कनेक्ट कर देगी और हमें फंसा लेगी। ये विश्वास करना घातक हो गया है। आप देखिए इसी कारण जो है ना देश भर में ये जो मंदिरों से और धर्मस्थलों से हमने जिहादियों का बहिष्कार की अपील की थी जी। अब लगता है कि टेक कंपनियां और जो कॉर्पोरेट हाउसेज हैं उनको भी जरा सोचना पड़ेगा कि आखिरकार ये जो इस्लामिक जिहादी सोच के जो लोग हैं उनको हायर करने से पहले उनको कैसे मेंटल उनका स्क्रीनिंग करी जाए, किस तरह से उनको उनके जिहाद का DNA टेस्ट करा जाए, कि ये ऑफिस में आकर के जिहाद नहीं करेंगे। आखिरकार कंपनी के ऐसी जो प्रोफेशनल कंपनी है, हाईटेक प्रोफेशनल कंपनी, जिनके दुनिया में नाम है, दुनिया में धाक है, हमें जिन पर गर्व है, उन कंपनियों के अंदर भी जिस तरह से ये जो कुकृत्य हुआ है, जिस तरह से कुकर्म हुए हैं, और जिस तरह से एक लार्जर कॉन्स्पिरेसी के तहत ये सब काम हुआ है, और उसका जो इंटरनेशनल नेक्सस जो पकड़ा गया है, ये बहुत ही चौंकाने वाला है। और संपूर्ण देश को चौकन्ना रहना पड़ेगा, सभी हिंदू समाज को भी चौकन्ना रहना पड़ेगा, तो वहीं लॉ एनफोर्सिंग एजेंसीज को भी बहुत विगोरसली इन पर हार्ड हिट करना पड़ेगा। और साथ ही साथ मीडिया के बंधुओं से भी मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि इन सब मामलों को बहुत गंभीरता के साथ जो है, जिस तरह से आपने लिया है वैसे लें, और इनको किसी भी तरह से बख्शा नहीं, क्योंकि ये देश के लिए खतरा है, ये राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के लिए बेहद खतरनाक है। एनआईए को जांच जो सौंपी गई है, इसका मतलब ये है कि आखिरकार देश की सुरक्षा और जो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, उस कॉन्स्पिरेसी को नैप करना बहुत जरूरी है। अब समय आ गया है कि देश के सभी राज्य, और बल्कि हम तो कहेंगे कि केंद्र सरकार जो है, एक इसमें गंभीरता से सोच करके एक राष्ट्रव्यापी कानून बनाए, जिससे कि अवैध धर्मांतरण पर, अवैध मतांतरण पर, लव जिहाद पर और इस तरह के जो इस्लामिक जिहादियों को कुकर्म, उन पर अंकुश लगाया जा सके। देश की बेटियां, जहां एक तरफ भारत सरकार जो है वो नारी बंधन के माध्यम से अभी जो नारियों को अधिकार देने की बात कर रही है, कल से संसद में विशेष सत्र शुरू होने वाला है, और वहीं दूसरी तरफ ये जो जिहादी हैं, उन नारियों का शोषण करने में जुटे हुए हैं, उन नारियों के जो स्वाभिमान के साथ घात कर रहे हैं, उनके धर्म के साथ में जो है वो बहुत बड़ा हमला कर रहे हैं। आप देखिए कि ये जो चीजें हैं, और खासकर ऐसे सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी के अंदर जो कर रहे हैं जहां विश्वास से चलता है, सब लोग एक दूसरे में कोई भेद नहीं समझते, क्या मुसलमान है कि हिंदू है, कौन है। लेकिन अब लगता है कि एम्प्लॉइज को भी और एम्प्लॉयर को भी इन जिहादियों को पहचानना पड़ेगा, उनकी मानसिकता को समझना पड़ेगा, इनके बहिष्कार के लिए आगे आना पड़ेगा। फिर कोई ना कहे कि हम कोई इस्लामोफोबिया से ग्रसित है। ये
जो कि विनोद जी हमेशा यही होता है कि जिहाद जैसी कोई चीज है ही नहीं, क्योंकि तमाम बहुत सारे ऐसी आवाजें उठती हैं कि ये तो गलत है, ये तो बस राजनीतिक है, राजनीतिक मुनाफे के लिए लव जिहाद जैसी बातें की जाती हैं, और ये हम बहुत बार सुन चुके हैं।
देखिए, अब ये बातें बहुत पुरानी हो गई हैं। मुझे पता है कि पिछले 10 साल पहले तक मुझे बहुत झेलना पड़ता था इन सब चीजों के लिए। कहाँ है लव जिहाद, क्या है लव जिहाद, कैसे प्रूव करोगे, क्या करोगे। अब ये तो सारी चीजें ट्रांसपेरेंट एंड क्लियर हो गई हैं। और आप देखिए, ग्रूमिंग जिहाद के नाम से ये इंग्लैंड, इटली और ये जो फ्रांस और इधर अपने म्यांमार और श्रीलंका के अंदर जिस तरह से चल रहा है, वो किसी से छुपा हुआ नहीं है। श्रीलंका के अंदर तो यहाँ तक इन जिहादियों ने किया था कि हिंदू बेटियां जब वो घर परीक्षण के लिए, अपने इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए आती थी, तो उनको अपना बच्चे पैदा करने के लिए अयोग्य घोषित कर दिया जाता था। उनको ऐसा इंजेक्शन ठोका जाता था जिससे कि हिंदुओं की पॉपुलेशन कम हो सके। ये जो निदा खान का नाम जो आपकी स्क्रीन पर चल रहा है, बेहद गंभीर है। आप देखिए, ये टेक्नोक्रेट बेटियां और ये जो जिस तरह की लड़कियां जो है अब जिहाद के अंदर इन्वॉल्व हो गई हैं, ये बहुत ही जबरदस्त घातक चीजें हैं। अब लगता है कि इनके बहिष्कार का समय आ गया। कैसे क्या करेंगे, ये देखने वाली बात है। फिर कोई ना कहे कि आखिरकार आपने ये ऐसे क्यों कह दिया। हम इस मामले को बहुत गंभीरता के साथ ले रहे हैं, और विश्व हिंदू परिषद किसी भी तरह की हिंदू बेटियों के ऊपर होने वाले किसी भी आघात के लिए सतर्क है और प्रण के साथ खड़ा हुआ है। हम कल ही कोई एक बड़ी घोषणा करने वाले हैं, और इसमें इन सबको, इन जो जिहादी तत्व हैं, उनके विरुद्ध कोई एक कार्रवाई करेंगे। और हम इस तरह से इन चीजों को टेक इट फॉर ग्रांटेड नहीं ले सकते।
बतौर वीएचपी आप क्या मांग करते हैं, आप उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो बोलते हैं कि एक समुदाय विशेष खतरे में रहा है और उनको टारगेट करने के लिए किया जाता है ये सब। पर अभी आप देख रहे हैं कि कितने इनके कनेक्शन निकले जा रहे हैं, यहाँ तक कि जो आतंकी नेटवर्क है वहाँ तक भी इनका कनेक्शन जा रहा है, मलेशिया तक। वो सब जानते हैं कि जाकिर नाइक जैसे जिहादी कहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। तो अभी तक रोक कहाँ क्यों नहीं जा रहा है, अभी तक आंखें क्यों नहीं खुल रही हैं लोगों की। और जो इस तरह के बयानात करते हैं कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है और ये सब राजनीति है, ये तो खतरे में डाला जा रहा है कुछ समुदाय विशेष को, उनको आप क्या बोलेंगे फिर?
निस्संदेह ये देखिए, इनके गाल पर एक तरह से तमाचा है, और उनकी आंखें खोल देने वाले जो हकीकत है, ये जो सामने आ रही है कि आखिरकार ये अब जानबूझ करके कोई निदा खान को इग्नोर कर दे, जानबूझ करके कोई शाहीन को इग्नोर कर दे, जानबूझ करके आतंकियों के जो नेटवर्क जो अल-फलाह में पनप रहा था उसको इग्नोर कर दे, जानबूझ करके जो केजीएमयू के इंसिडेंट्स को इग्नोर कर दे, जानबूझ करके कई सारे जो मेडिकल स्टोर हो या जो शिक्षण संस्थान हो या फिर कॉर्पोरेट जगत के लोग हों, ये इन सब जगह पर जो है जिस तरह से लव जिहाद और धर्मांतरण का नंगा नाच चल रहा है, उसको अगर कोई इग्नोर करता है तो मैं तो ये कहूंगा कि जानबूझ करके वो मक्खी निगल रहा है, और ये आगे आने वाले टाइम में उसके लिए घातक होगा। मुझे एक बात ये है कि देश का पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम आखिरकार इस पर चुप्पी साधे क्यों खड़ा हुआ है? आखिरकार क्यों नहीं ये जो राजनीतिक दल हैं इतने गंभीर मामले पर जो इंटरनेशनल नेक्सस के तहत हो रहा है, हिंदुओं के विरुद्ध हो रहा है, वो राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी और ये जितने भी राजनीतिक दल हैं, बात बात पर चीखने चिल्लाने वाले और अब ये नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम का विरोध करने वाले, अब ये इसका किस मुंह को लेकर के इसका समर्थन करेंगे? आप मुझे बताइए कि क्या ये ऐसी जो निदा है, ऐसी जो साइन है, इनके साथ क्या करना चाहिए? इसके बारे में क्यों नहीं बोलते? आखिरकार देश के कितने बच्चों को फंसाएंगे ये? कितने बेटियों की इज्जत लूटेंगे? कितनों को मौत के मुंह में डालेंगे? कितनों को टुकड़े टुकड़े करके कभी नीले ड्रम में तो कभी बोरी में और कभी फ्रिज में दबवाएंगे? ये नहीं चलेगा। हिंदू समाज ने संकल्प लिया है, अब विश्व हिंदू परिषद भी कमर कस के तैयार है। बजरंग दल दुर्गाबाई की बहनें लगातार इस मामलों को नजर रख रही हैं, हर कंपनी के अंदर भी और बाकी भी हमारी नजर तगड़ी है और हम नजर बनाए हुए हैं। सभी से हम आपके माध्यम से अपील भी कर रहे हैं कि अपने अपने जगह पर जहां जहां भी जिहादी पनप रहे हैं, जहां भी जिहादी घुस रहे हैं, जहां भी जिहादी अपने नेटवर्क बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उस नेटवर्क को तुरंत काटा जाए, तोड़ा जाए और उनको पुलिस शासन प्रशासन और अगर कहीं नहीं होता तो बजरंग दल के हवाले किया जाए। हम उसको कानूनी तरीके से, लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से उसका निदान करेंगे, ये हमारा संकल्प है।
बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। It was VHP's spokesperson joining us on the broadcast, Mr. Vinod Bansal. Thank you so much. And viewers, we will be just getting you this update that is coming in as far as this case is concerned. Ashwin Chenani has been sent to judicial custody. He was the operations manager. A probe was set against her as she did not take cognizance of the matter. And all the accused now are in judicial custody. TCS employee Ashwini Chenani was sent to judicial custody, accused of ignoring the complaints of Hindu women. That's the breaking news we have right now. So all the accused in this case, including Ashwini, have been sent to judicial custody as the probe deepens and at the same time widens as well. Viewers, with that, we will be slipping to a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the other stories that we're tracking today from the political sphere, as well as there's a political storm over delimitation that's only spreading. Stalin announces a Black Day protest.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets.
A shocking revelation has been made in the Nasik grooming gang probe. A link has emerged between the HR who's in hiding, Nida Khan, and Red Fort blast accused Dr. Shaheen. What's behind that? We'll tell you at 7:30 p.m. Also on the show, we bring you the shocker coming in from Amravati, where a 19-year-old Ayan Tanveer has been arrested for sexually exploiting and circulating obscene videos of at least 180 girls. We also get you what's happening as far as the war in West Asia is concerned, what the nuclear watchdog chief is saying, and much more at 7:30 p.m. with me, Rakshita Mishra, Super Prime Time.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच कच्चे लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MQ9 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radar.
Welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, our top focus in this bulletin is going to be the corporate jihad case at TCS. Now more details are emerging, more victims have come out, taking the total count of victims to about 14. We'll get you all the details about their allegations about sexual harassment and forced conversion attempts. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. More details emerging. TCS grooming gang scandal. Top executive now implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused terror doctor Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable videos and photographs of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POXO case accused of Mohammad Ayaz's residence. ED raids up MP Ashok Mittal, claiming raids are linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs are being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal comes out along with Punjab saying BJP has now begun its election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary now takes oath as Bihar's new Chief Minister. Malaysian preacher linked to grooming gang scandal used WhatsApp chats and videos to lure victims abroad with promises of high-paying jobs and luxury lifestyle. All right, viewers, our top focus at this are the TCS corporate jihad case. Now, in this case, more developments coming to light. Employee Ashwini Chanani has been sent to judicial custody. Now, this employee, Ashwini Chanani, was in fact accused of ignoring complaints of Hindu women victims who had raised complaints about forced conversion attempts, about sexual harassment cases. But all these demands were not paid heed to. And now, Ashwini Chanani, who is one of the accused in this corporate jihad case, has been sent to judicial custody. That's the latest we're picking up from the TCS corporate jihad case, the grooming gang scandal. In this case, another employee has now been sent to judicial custody, Ashwini Chanani. Now, in fact, he kept on ignoring complaints of the TCS victims, did not pay heed to the concerns being raised about forced conversion attempts as well as sexual harassment cases. And now Ashwini Chanani has in fact been sent to judicial custody. In fact, viewers were looking at, that's the latest getting at this hour.
अश्विनी जी, बहुत ही संगीन आरोप चल रहे आप पे लगे हैं।
All right, viewers, so that's what we're looking at. Wheels of justice now moving rapidly in the TCS corporate jihad case. Another employee, in fact, sent to judicial custody. In this case, it's Ashwini Chanani, who was, in fact, involved in brainwashing these victims. He did not pay heed to their concerns, their complaints being raised about sexual harassment, about forced conversion attempts. And now, Ashwini Chanani being sent to judicial custody at the moment.
एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप?
All right, viewers, you saw how Ashwini Chanani, one of the accused in the corporate jihad case, kept dodging Republic's question. In fact, my colleague Revati was questioning one of the accused, is now coming live with me. Revati, do tell us, did she answer any question that you posed to Ashwini Chanani? And also, what's the latest we're picking up about her being sent to judicial custody?
Right, as of now, it is to everyone's surprise, Ashwini Chanani has been sent to a judicial custody of 14 days. Usually, a judicial custody is of 14 days. And fronted Ashwini Chenani, no answer was received by her, and Ashwini Chenani is one of the persons who didn't take cognizance of what exactly happened in the TCS Nashik, and now we can see that she has been sent to the judicial custody. Further probe into the matter is set. Now it will be important to see whether police takes a fresh custody in new case or no, as new 3 FIRs will be lodged soon in this matter. Over to you.
All right. Ashwini, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all the latest details about Ashwini Chenani, one of the accused in the corporate jihad case, now being sent to 14 days of judicial custody. Now, viewers, shifting focus to another big story. Stepping up his ante against the proposed delimitation bill, Tamil Nadu CM MK Stalin has now announced a black flag protest across the state. In a statement, now Stalin alleges that delimitation amendment the Union BJP government plans to bring in the Parliament on Thursday was a massive historic injustice against Tamil Nadu and the southern states. He is also asked if the delimitation exercise, which would allegedly be against southern states, was a punishment for contributing to India's progress. He says, is this how Tamil Nadu and the southern states are going to be repaid? Now, that's the big question posed by the Tamil Nadu CM, as the rift between a centre and the southern states seems to be widening over the delimitation bill. Now, in this case, the Tamil Nadu CM, in fact, has announced he will be launching a black flag protest tomorrow against the delimitation bill. He also says that the BJP government plans to bring in the Parliament a bill that's historically and that's very... All right, in fact, viewers, let's also listen into the political reactions are pouring in on this rift widening between a centre and the southern states over the delimitation bill.
Yesterday, our leader, Mr. MK Stalin, has released a video format where he has clearly said that what are the outcomes which will be against the interests of the southern states, especially for Tamil Nadu. And today we had a meeting with all the DMK MPs and said that all of us, irrespective of the election work, which is there very important also, we have to go there, because today the delimitation bill is a dangerous one. It's a draconian one, which is going to take away the rights of the people of southern India. And they are disguising it in the forefront, bringing in the women's bill. The women's bill is very, very clear. The women's bill clearly says that it will come into effect only after the delimitation. So what is the hurry? Now, the delimitation, already we have raised a concern. Why are you doing that when majority of the states are in the election mode? Why can't you wait? Let's wait and do it. Let's get the consensus of all the political party leaders. Without doing that, they want to take away. In today's Hindustan Times has clearly said, if they try to bring in the delimitation with today's 2011's population, Uttar Pradesh, the state which benefits the most, from 80 MP seats now will jump to 140 seats. BR 40 to 73, Rajasthan 25 to 48, Madhya Pradesh 29 to 51, Maharashtra from 48 to 79, Tamil Nadu from 39 to 51, Kerala from 20 to 23, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana put together, where Mr. Nadu, this is for Mr. Nadu for you, 42 to 59, Odisha 21 to 29. I'm saying, is this what we want? You in the 70s said, please try to limit the population. There was a directive from the union government to reduce population. We too asked to. They had 2 children. We followed it. People of Tamil Nadu and southern state followed it. Then we too asked 1. We also followed it. But what are you doing? You're punishing us for following the directives of the central government. Today, the states which never follow the directive, which are where the population boom and are sucking up our country's GDP, are benefiting with more members of parliament. This is anti-democratic. We say we want to do it proportionately, so that our rights, our voting rights, southern states does not lose. But Modi feels that he can be a dictator for life. This is a step towards dictatorship.
All right, my colleague Shada now joins me with more on this. Shada, the delimitation row now seems to be exploding, with Tamil Nadu CM, in fact, announcing a black flag protest in the state.
Well, the DMK initially did not agree with the delimitation when the topic was brought up, saying that until the census is done on the population, it cannot go ahead, and also pointing out that doing it on population-based census would not be apt for the state, knowing that they have been under the limit, following the center rules on limiting and especially following the family plan directive given to the state of Tamil Nadu from the 1970s. However, now saying that the delimitation was to be exercised only after the women's reservation will be passed, and the DMK is questioning what's the hurry of the BJP to convene a parliament session when the states are going for elections. As we know that the Tamil Nadu and the West Bengal would be going into elections on April 30th with the MPs campaigning very actively in their states. It's not possible for all MPs to be present. DMK is now questioning that in their absence, if the bill is passed, what happens if Tamil Nadu loses its rights to get over the number of seats, pointing out that the number of seats will be reduced, and the MPs are also questioning whether the delimitation should be bought at a time based when the elections are kept and based on the population as the important question. Why there's no alternative solution given by the DMK. They are saying to wait for a few more days until elections are sorted, and once the women's bill is also passed is when to work on the delimitation. Meanwhile, the DMK has called for a protest. The parliament members tomorrow will be voting against the bill openly, and also said that they'll be wearing their black shirts to show their protest. Meanwhile, the DMK leader MK Stalin has asked every DMK functionary to raise a black flag outside their house and in public places, with no major rallies to be happen because of the code of conduct, because it's an election poll-bound state.
In fact, it's not just a DMK or the Tamil Nadu CM, but also TVK's Vijay that's now voicing his opposition towards the delimitation bill. I'll get your details on that as well. But first up, let's read out the statement that Vijay has now released on this. Now, he says that delimitation is a biased action by the union government. The bill is set to be taken up for discussion in the special session of the parliament commencing tomorrow. And if this happens, the representation of the southern states will decline. He also goes on to say that northern states' representation will rise in matters such as lawmaking related to language, culture and state rights, as well as in shaping union government policies. So as a result, the voices of the people of southern states, especially those of Tamil Nadu, which has consistently adhered to union government's directives, may not be adequately heard in the parliament. This amounts to a biased action by the union government. Now, Sharda continues to stay with me on this. Sharda, it's not just DMK or the CM Stalin. We also have TVK's Vijay now coming out voicing his strong opposition against the delimitation bill. He says it's a biased action by the union government that will lead to decline in the representation of the southern states.
Well, taking to Twitter, Vijay did mention that delimitation will make sure there's no adequate voice from Tamil Nadu in the union government, pointing out that most of the policies given by the centre are not adapted by the Tamil Nadu because it does not suit the state, is why the DMK has been going against it. He also mentioned that the voice of Tamil Nadu will not be heard in the future if the delimitation process continues. He's also mentioned that while he's all for the 33% women's reservation in the parliament, he cannot agree for the delimitation process as it is something curbing the Tamil Nadu from exercising its own rights in the parliament, pointing out that multiple policies given by the centre and the Tamil Nadu might differ in various procedures, including starting with the language problem that the Tamil Nadu has been facing constantly with the centre, whether having a 2-language or 3-language policy. It is the rights of the Tamil Nadu to maintain the number of seats that they receive when compared to the other states. Both the TVK and the DMK are not for the delimitation. It's not just today, but for the last few days over the campaigning, during the state campaign, both TVK leader Vijay and the DMK leader Stalin and other DMK campaigners have also been mentioning is delimitation is not something that Tamil Nadu can accept silently, and been asking the centre to move the dates of the bills to be passed as everybody is busy in campaign and cannot focus on what would be done in the parliament. Also added.
Right, Shad. Of course, we'll continue to track all the opposition that's coming in on this bill, and of course, the Black Flag protest also scheduled to take place tomorrow in the state. Now, viewers, shifting focus. BJP leader Smriti Irani, in an exclusive conversation with the Republic, has called Congress anti-women. Now, she further says that the delimitation is part of the process and the very much needed for implementation of the bill. She also reiterates that the special session has nothing to do with the West Bengal election. In fact, she mentions that the women's reservation bill, known as the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, mandates a 33% reservation for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies. Let's listen in to this exclusive conversation by Smriti Irani.
What is, I think, extremely disappointing is that a female leader from the opposition today opposes this provision of the Prime Minister that hopes to embolden and emancipate women politically. Today, when the Prime Minister is appealing to all sections of society, to all political parties, I cannot imagine why any political organization, for that matter, a political organization that is hoping to engage with voters in this country, will in any way defy the rights of Indian women. Let's look at the crux of the issue, which is, do we as citizens want to ensure that 33% for reservation for women is implemented in the next Lok Sabha election or not? If your answer is yes, then do support Prime Minister Modi's endeavour. What is, I think, extremely disappointing is that a female leader from the opposition today opposes this provision of the Prime Minister that hopes to embolden and emancipate women politically. Today, when the Prime Minister is appealing to all sections of society, to all political parties, I cannot imagine why any political organization, for that matter, a political organization that is hoping to engage with voters in this country, will in any way defy the rights of Indian women. Let's look at the crux of the issue, which is, do we as citizens want to ensure that 33% for reservation for women is implemented in the next Lok Sabha election or not? If your answer is yes, then do support Prime Minister Modi's endeavour.
All right, my colleague Harsha now joins me on this. Harsha, you spoke to Smriti Irani and she clearly called Congress party an anti-woman party as they're trying to oppose the delimitation bill. So break it down, the response you've gotten from Smriti Irani and Congress stance on the delimitation bill.
One thing is for very now clear that all the opposition party leaders, majorly this Indy Alliance party, is going to oppose and it's going to, protest. The agitation is going to go massive in their own states where the opposition party leaders have the chief minister. The agitation is going to high because of the delimitation process. If you note down, Sonia Gandhi has written to the BJP government and clearly have stated that more than representation, it is about the delimitation. They have been arguing the point that why the delimitation process is needed right now. The entire intent of the women reservation bill and the amendment which has to come to the reality could be done without the delimitation process. In fact, the UBT member of parliament, Priyanka Chaturvedi, also went on by saying that delimitation is not required. What is the use of delimitation? Because most of the states very well know that if the delimitation will happen, their representation in not only the parliament but their own states can go very less, and that is the reason they are continuously stating that there could be the injustice to the southern states. Therefore, they don't want the delimitation process to be done. In fact, many of the women leaders of the TMC parties like Seoni Ghosh and the others, Mahua Moitra, Sushmita Dev, has also written to Kiran Rijiju by stating that delimitation is not needed right now. The intent of the women reservation bill should be the 50% capping, and also the 815 seats, more than that, should be brought in the parliament. However, to all our viewers to know that it is the 33% women reservation bill which was passed in the Lok Sabha in the year 2023, and after that there were certain amendments which has been done. The bill copy which the government has given to each and every member of parliament to read before the special session has been called on 16th, 17th and 18th. Before that, there is crux which is clearly says that how the delimitation is going to happen in the respective states and also in the parliament as well. What are the number of seats? That's going to be almost 815. The delimitation process will start, and immediately after that, the women reservation bill and the number of seats will increase. The crux have been given. It's more than it's more than 100 pages of the document which has been given to each and every member of parliament. So the Smriti Irani was clearly stating that how this delimitation is needed, and why the states are stating that there is injustice to their states. Prime Minister personally have spoken to the chief ministers of each and every state. He has spoken to Revant, he has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu, he has spoken to MK Stalin He has spoken to one by one to each and every chief minister to give them assurance that none of the states will be left behind. The representation of the each and every state will be seen and will get the equal share. They don't have to worry about representation, and therefore the government top sources states that Delimitation Commission, the commission which is responsible for the number of the reservation, the percentage, the government will go to the Delimitation Commission, will speak about the 50% capping. To tell our viewers that the 50% capping is not mentioned in the bill. It was the order which was overruled by the Supreme Court in the year 1992. It has not been mentioned in the bill copy. The bill only mentions 33% reservation, but looking at the demands of the opposition party, Kiran Rijiju has stated that the government will speak to Delimitation Commission about the 50% capping issue which the opposition party has been raising. So more will get to know once the special session will begin, which is from 16th, it is 16th, 17th, 18th. But for now, most of the opposition leaders, opposition parties from Congress to TMC to Samajwadi Party to the parties like AIMIM and the others, all are going to oppose this bill, amended bill in the Parliament special session. Most likely, however, the whip has been issued. All the parties, Member of Parliament, will be present for 3 days special session. Back to you.
All right, thanks Asha for joining us. And of course, we see that Prime Minister Modi and BJP at large is trying to make efforts to build a consensus on the upcoming bill, but the opposition remains adamant. Now shifting focus in an exclusive conversation with Republic, Bengal's opposition leader Suvendu Adhikari has now claimed that he is not the face of BJP. In fact, he is working on behalf of the Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister in West Bengal. He also claims that there is a need for change in the state at the moment, while further attacking Mamata Banerjee by saying that the youth, the women of Bengal are fed up with the existing political structure, and this time the Mamata government will be replaced. Take a listen to this full conversation.
Suvendu Adhikari stated that the number of fake voters and infiltrators have been removed after the SIR process.
I am working sincerely. Change badly need in Bengal. Bengal में परिवर्तन का जरूरत है. मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. जो पार्टी जिम्मेदारी दिया, जो हमारी नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने दिया, वो पूरा करने का काम कर रहा हूँ.
आपको क्यों लगता है कि 2021 से 2026 का क्या ऐसा बदला है कि आपको लगता है कि भाजपा आएगी यहाँ पर?
देखिए, पिछले 5 साल हम लोग बहुत मेहनत किया, और अमित शाह जी ने हम लोग को बहुत सपोर्ट किया. मोदी जी का सपोर्ट मिला. इस बार अच्छा ही होगा. और SIR का बाद डेथ वोटर, फेक वोटर, घुसपैठिया का नाम डिलीट हो गया है.
He also added that only the BJP government that can save Hindus in the future and bring an end to the torture.
All right, viewers, now a moment of nervousness and excitement as well, as the Central Board of Secondary Education has now declared the class 10th board examination 2026 results. Now students in fact can check their CBSE class 10th results on the official websites using their login credentials, and the CBSE class 10th examinations for this year were conducted between February 17th and March 11th with around 25 lakh students appearing for the exams. And now the results, of course, is out, and at the moment students can check their results at the official websites using their login credentials. All right, my colleague Rakshita now joins me on this. Rakshita, moment of excitement as well as nervousness for students all across the country as CBSE has now declared the class 10th board results.
Absolutely, it's a very important day for all the students, and at least 25 lakh students had registered. And CBSE, of course, has the website for cbse.gov.in and results.cbse.nic.in. In fact, there are multiple digital platforms this time where the students can access their digital mark sheet, their scorecard from. In fact, one of them is the Umang app as well, that has a great focus on the education for students. And it has been now students students can even access the DigiLocker and also Umang app. In fact, the CBSE has enabled this multi-channel system so that the website does not get jammed, because of course there are lakhs and lakhs of students who log in at the same time, so that there is smooth access. So there are multiple avenues, there are multiple channels where these scorecards can be accessed. So yes, everybody will be waiting with a bated breath, and that moment has come. Those who could not pass this time, there will be a supplementary examination expected to be taken place around in July. So yes, this is the update. We'll of course have to wait and watch for as far as what has been the highest percentage achieved by students this time around, and of course we will be keeping a tab on that, just getting you more and more details. In fact, the details are just trickling in. So as per data by the board, as many as 25,319 students had appeared. Out of them, 14,856 were male, 10,99,773 were females, and this exam was organized for 83 subjects and 8,075 exam centers. So this is a two-board system, not to forget. This is a different system. So it's a two-board system which involves two separate examination sessions as well. So how does it pan out? What impact does it have on the students as far as their marking is concerned and their education future is concerned? That also remains to be seen. But yes, this update has just come in, and we expect that the updates will be coming in as far as the statistics, the facts and figures this time around is concerned.
Right, of course, Rakshita, big moment for all the class 10th students across the country as their board results has now just come in. Thanks for joining us and giving us all the latest. And now, viewers, coming up on the other side, bulldozer rolls in Amravati of 19-year-old POXO case accused of Mohammad Ayaz arrestants as the wheels of justice and now turn rapidly. We'll get you all the updates on that on the other side.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could
Details emerge in TCS sexual exploitation case. Top executive now implicated in the case, allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused terror Dr. Shaheen. TCS employee Ashwini Chenani sent to judicial custody. Chenani accused of ignoring complaints of Hindu women. Maharashtra man arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable videos and photographs of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POXO case accused of Mohammad Ayaz's residence. ED raids up MP Ashok Mittal claiming raids linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees taken from NRIs are being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP was raided by ED, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister say BJP has begun its election work. Now, here's a top focus at this hour. The Nasik grooming gang scandal. Now, one of the prime accused, Nida Khan, who's on the run, in fact, has filed for anticipatory bail. Nida Khan's counsel, in fact, has filed for anticipatory bail in Nasik court. Now, she's been on the run. She's been absconding ever since these allegations came to light. She's one of the top HR official who, in fact, facilitated conversion attempts, facilitated the forced conversion attempts as well as the sexual harassment cases, did not pay heed to the concerns of the victims who time and again raised their concerns. And now Nida Khan, in fact, has filed for anticipatory bail. Now remember, police has been on the lookout for her and she remains absconding. But at this time, her counsel, in fact, has filed for an anticipatory bail in the Nasik court. All right, in fact, that's the latest we're picking up as far as the Nasik corporate jihad case goes. More and more developments now coming to light, and one of the prime accused, Nida Khan, who facilitated the conversion attempts, who did not pay heed to the concerns of the victims, has now filed for an anticipatory bail. All right, in fact, let's get you more details about this prime accused. Now, she is working in the finance world. Basically, her sector in the Tata Consultancy Services, TCS. And now, in fact, she is on the run. All right, my colleague Revati now joins me with more details on this. Revati, do tell us about this anticipatory bail that's now been filed by Nida Khan, one of the prime accused in corporate jihad case.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that in the TCS MNC case, a new development is coming up after the hearing that happened in Nashik court today, and that is that Nida Khan's counsel is going to file an anticipatory bail tomorrow in the Nashik court. Also, the most important thing is that the other 5 accused bail is also going to is filed in the Nashik court, but tomorrow it is said that according to the police sources that all the other 5 men accused will be taken in police custody in a fresh new case. Also, there's one development coming up is that the 3 cases that are going to be lodged in this particular matter, one is of sexual assault is what we got to know from the sources. Also, the other 2 remains undisclosed, and now out of 3, 1 is of sexual assault and other 2 are said to be of forceful conversion. version. So it will be important to see once the FIR is lodged, and also Nida Khan, who is on a run, who is not able to be traced, is filing an anticipatory bail through her counsel. Over to you.
Right, of course, everything. Thanks for joining us and giving us all the details on this. And in fact, viewers, Republic confronted a TCS employee, Ashwini Chenani, as well, who's also one of the prime accused of ignoring complaints of Hindu women victims. But she continued to dodge our questions, as now she's been sent to judicial custody of 14 days. Take a listen.
आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया इस सबका? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया? आपने फीमेल एम्प्लॉयज को रिप्लाई क्यों नहीं दिया? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया इस सबका? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया? आपने फीमेल एम्प्लॉयज को रिप्लाई क्यों नहीं दिया? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया इस सबका? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया? आपने फीमेल एम्प्लॉयज को रिप्लाई क्यों नहीं दिया? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया इस सबका? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया? आपने फीमेल एम्प्लॉयज को रिप्लाई क्यों नहीं दिया?
All right, we are now shifting focus to what's happening in the war investigation. Our UN nuclear chief has urged strict action, in fact, against Iran, and calling for more checks in any deal to end the conflict. Now, the head of the United Nations and nuclear watchdog says very detailed measures to verify Iran's nuclear activities must be included in a potential US-Iran agreement to end their war in the Middle East. He also goes on to say that the director, in fact, of International Atomic Energy Agency, General Arnab Goswami, in Seoul on Wednesday, said that Iran has a very ambitious, a wide nuclear program. So all of that will require the presence of International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors. The US President Donald Trump also said on Tuesday that a second round of talks with Iran could happen over the next 2 days. Now, the Trump administration has said that preventing Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon is a key war aim at this moment. Iran, while continues to say it isn't developing such weapons, but rejects limits on its nuclear program. So we have reached, in fact, an impasse as far as both the sides are concerned and Iran's nuclear program is concerned. But of course, now International Atomic Energy Agency also issuing a statement on this, that any deal that comes out from these negotiations should include clear checks on Iran's nuclear program. In fact, the chief also goes on to say that Iran has a very wide, very ambitious nuclear program, and any checks should be part of the deal that will come out of these second round of negotiations that could begin in the coming few days. All right, viewers, now cutting across to Prime Minister Modi's mega election rally. Let's cut across to the live visuals we're getting at this hour. A mega roadshow now being held, in fact.
और लोग प्रधानमंत्री और उनका जो प्रचार वाहन है उस पर फूलों की वर्षा कर रहे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री भी लोगों का अभिवादन स्वीकार कर रहे हैं। एनडीए उम्मीदवारों के पक्ष में प्रधानमंत्री वहां पर ये रोड शो कर रहे हैं। तमिलनाडु में चुनाव प्रचार की हम बात करें तो चुनाव प्रचार इस वक्त वहां पर चरम पर पहुंच चुका है और इसी सिलसिले में प्रधानमंत्री वहां पर ये रोड शो कर रहे हैं नागरकोइल तमिलनाडु में, जहां पर आप देख सकते हैं भारी संख्या में वहां पर लोग मौजूद हैं प्रधानमंत्री का स्वागत करने के लिए। और प्रधानमंत्री का जो प्रचार वाहन है उसके ऊपर लोग वहां पर पुष्प वर्षा कर रहे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री भी हाथ हिलाकर लोगों का अभिवादन वहां पर स्वीकार कर रहे हैं। एनडीए उम्मीदवारों के पक्ष में प्रधानमंत्री वहां पर चुनाव प्रचार कर रहे हैं तमिलनाडु में। और तमिलनाडु में चुनाव प्रचार की हम बात करें तो इस वक्त तमिलनाडु में चुनाव प्रचार अपने चरम पर है और इसी सिलसिले में प्रधानमंत्री वहां पर मौजूद हैं। नागरकोइल तमिलनाडु के ये दृश्य हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं सड़क के दोनों ओर भारी संख्या में लोग वहां पर प्रधानमंत्री का इंतजार कर रहे हैं और देश के प्रधानमंत्री को देखने के लिए वहां पर लोगों की भारी भीड़ उमड़ी हुई है और ये भीड़ कहीं न कहीं ये दिखाती है कि किस तरह से लोगों में उत्साह है बीजेपी के प्रति और एनडीए के प्रति वहाँ पर।
All right, and my colleague who's been very closely tracking all the election updates coming from the state on the ground now joins us. Shada, do take us. What's the atmosphere on the ground as Prime Minister Modi's pushes for the final election campaign ahead of the assembly polls?
The election is set to happen in Tamil Nadu on the 23rd, and this is the final push that the NDA has given. As you can see, Prime Minister Modi has reached Kanyakumari and he's doing a roadshow in the Nagarkoil. He is doing the final road campaign for the NDA in the state of Tamil Nadu. Joined by him is the EP as the AI Identity Secretary, and Naina Nagendra, the BJP state president. The roadshow is happening today in Nagarkoil, where Prime Minister Modi is doing a massive reach out to the people of Tamil Nadu, asking them to vote for the NDA to come to power. The NDA alliance has come all together going against the DMK with the only notion that the DMK should be uprooted from the governance because of the lawlessness in the state and corruption complaints against them, and also the drug menace has been increased in the last 5 years. Today, Narendra Modi will be conducting a roadshow for almost an hour, and he is joined by the senior BJP leaders that includes Radhakrishnan and Annamalai, also who was the former state president, and Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, seeking oaths from the people. As you can see, this is the first time that a massive roadshow is being held in Tamil Nadu by Narendra Modi just before the elections. The elections are set to happen on the 23rd, and a week before, we can see all the NDA big leaders coming together, seeking oaths from the people in Kanyakumari, Amrita. And also, importantly to be noted that Narendra Modi's roadshow, the first time he's outside his campaign, and generally when he conducts a roadshow, it's mostly secluded because of the safety and concerns in place. This is the first time that Modi is on his campaign vehicle doing an official campaign trail where he's meeting the people and joined by the senior leaders, giving a big push-up to the NDA that would be contesting in the elections this time.
Right, Chad. Of course, Prime Minister there holding a mega road show in Kanyakumari, flanked by NDA leaders as well. And of course, it's a final pitch for NDA to mobilize their vote base ahead of the crucial assembly polls. And you can see, in fact, the colors of democracy on the streets as Prime Minister Modi takes up this mega roadshow. Now, Sharda, who's still with us. Sharda, how are people receiving this roadshow and the kind of acceptance, in fact, that's been given to BJP as well as NDA? Because we have seen it's a very closely fight contest in Tamil Nadu.
But this time, it's not as usual. This time there's a three-corner fight in the Tamil Nadu elections, where DMK still holds strong in its suburban cities and the urban Chennai, where the AIADMK and the BJP with the NDA alliance is now taking a strong hold in the west and south during these campaigns. As we see, the last 1 month has been very crucial for the NDA because over the campaign has been they are fighting against the DMK. Now the final push with Narendra Modi coming and campaigning for the NDA roadshow. It's literally the fifth time that Narendra Modi is flying down to Tamil Nadu after the announcement of the alliance for the upcoming elections back in May 2025. And now we can see this is the NDA doing a final push to make sure that the NDA is coming to power in the upcoming elections. As you can see, the visuals, the welcome for the Prime Minister is very colorful. As you can see, it's very vibrant. You can see people waiting to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the Kanyakumari district. It's also all about the NDA posing as a super alliance with almost 10 alliance parties in place, with the AIADMK leading with the BJP at the second, and PMK and AMMK are the third, and fourth being the bigger contributors of the NDA. As you mentioned, the upcoming elections is very important for the NDA as it marks after the 5 years rule of DMK be the first fight that the AIADMK will be going without the Jayalalitha's factor in it. They lost in 2021, so it's important for them to win in the 2026 elections to make sure that the AIADMK comes back to power. As you see, the roadshow, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, before going on the roadshow, also paid his respects to Congress leader Kamaraj, who is also well known in southern districts of Tamil Nadu. apart from seeking support for the NDA all alone, they chose the unity that's been shared between the AIADMK and the BJP. We have Nayana Nagendran, who's the state president, and Edapadi K. Palaniswamy of the AIADMK, who's the general secretary. Also, to show that there is no interconspiracies in the BJP, also joined by them is the former BJP president, K. Annamalai, the news stating that there is an inner fight in the party with the BJP after Annamalai was not contesting in the elections, showing that he'll be only campaigning now. It shows that the BJP is very clear on the stance that they have taken, the steps that they have taken to make sure that all the leaders are united. So this particular rally will make a big push for the NDA in the state of Tamil Nadu coming before the elections. Not just Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah had also come down multiple times to Tamil Nadu. Earlier there was NDA public meets and multiple meetings done by the BJP along with all the NDA leaders present on the stage. And after this road rally on the 19th, just 4 days before the elections, Amit Shah is also set to come and campaign in Mylapore, Chennai for the BJP candidate Tamilisai Soundararajan. Another massive roadshow is being expected by the NDA when Home Minister Amit Shah arrives in Chennai.
And of course, it is the final push coming in from India as far as election goes in Tamil Nadu. But Shraddha, you have been covering this election very closely. You've been going on ground. In fact, I'll come back to you for the analysis. Let's also go across to the visuals we're getting and also the ambience from on ground.
राजनीति में अगर आज आप पीएम का ये रोड शो देखते हैं तो आपको लगता है कि विकसित भारत के संकल्प ने बहुत कुछ बदला है देश में.
Right, now going across to my colleague Shraddha. Shraddha, you've been covering this election very closely. You've been tracking all the rallies, all the road shows. So what are you picking up from on ground? Now, what is, in which way, in fact, you think this election could be headed? Is anti-incumbency high in the state? What are we looking at?
The anti-incumbency against the DMK is comparatively high with the upcoming elections. So, as we could say, if you've seen the history of Tamil Nadu, it was always a 5-year tenure that's been given to the DMK and the AIADMK party. The traditional parties has been going to fight, but this time there's a 3-corner fight, more a 4-corner fight to mention. There is also Nam Samar to the Seaman's party in play. But it's the 3 parties that's majorly fighting, which is Vijay CVK, going all solo, having no partnership, having no alliance with any other political parties, whereas the DMK has their own alliance with calling it the Social Democratic Alliance with most of the left parties, and whereas the NDA with the right-wing ideologies. To say this time the elections seems to be very tough on the ground for both the DMK and the AIADMK-led alliance. It's about all winning, not just winning about the majority of seats in the constituencies, but also the split of the vote share that's going to be in demand. So as I mentioned, the 3-corner fight, the question whether how much actor-turned politician Vijay CVK can grasp into it, whether the AIADMK's votes are going to be split or it's the DMK's youth wing that's going to be split, and whether Vijay CVK will make the name for himself. There's also questions whether there'll be a post-poll alliance now, because it's to be very clear that many of the pre-poll predictions have mentioned that it's not a clean win or easy win for both the AIADMK and the DMK. Now, so pointing it to that there are multiple situations to keep in mind, whether the NDA to completely sweep up the elections. However, the BJP is very keen on winning in the south and the western districts as the groundwork has been strong for them there, whereas for the DMK, it is the Delta region, especially where the Tanjore regions are situated, with the urban and the suburban parts of the Chennai and the northern Chennai constituencies are in great support of the DMK. So, though it might not be a clean sweep, it's a tough fight between the DMK and the AIADMK out in the open.
All right, thanks Shraddha for joining us and giving us all that's happening on the ground in the crucial state of Tamil Nadu. Viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but on the other side we'll get you all the updates about Prime Minister's mega roadshow in Tamil Nadu ahead of crucial elections, the BJP's final push to mobilize NDA voter base.
Making it South versus North has been the favourite game of the DMK. A few days before Tamil Nadu votes, will MK Stalin use delimitation as an election calling card? Our focus on Verdict 2026 at 6 p.m. this evening.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian.
Tonight on This is Exclusive, we tell you why Pakistan cannot be trusted as a mediator between America and Iran. The real story of Pakistan's role in Trump's war.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MQ9 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks.
A shocking revelation has been made in the Nasik grooming gang probe. A link has emerged between the HR who's in hiding, Nida Khan, and Red Fort blast accused Dr. Shaheen. What's behind that? We'll tell you at 7:30 p.m. Also on the show, we bring you the shocker coming in from Amravati, where a 19-year-old Ayan Tanveer has been arrested for sexually exploiting and circulating obscene videos of at least 180 girls. We also get you what's happening as far as the war in West Asia is concerned, what the nuclear watchdog chief is saying, and much more at 7:30 p.m. with me, Rakshita Mishra, Super Prime Time.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. The delimitation debate is getting hot in the country, and outside the Strait of Hormuz remains contested, with the United States blockading any ships coming out of Iran. At the same time, US President Donald Trump just a while back telling American media that Hormuz might be opened soon. Why did he did so? Let's have this on the other side of headlines. More details emerge as in the TCS sexual exploitation case, top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blasts accused Dr. Shaheen. TCS employee Ashwini Chenani sent to judicial custody. Chenani is accused of ignoring complaints of Hindu women against the grooming gang. Maharashtra man arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old Poxo accused Mohammad Ayaz, Tanveer's residence. ED raids up MP Ashok Mittal and claims the raids linked to foreign collaborations. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab CM say BJP has begun election work. All right, let's begin with the breaking news. Big one. This is big one on the Hormuz, which is that US President Donald Trump, while speaking to select US media, has said that the strait is going to be opened, is being opened as we speak, and our relationship will not be the same as before with any country. Rambling thoughts there. But if the Strait of Hormuz is being opened, does that mean that Trump is announcing lifting of the blockade? Those words are not used, but Trump takes a U-turn on blockade, it seems, with this interaction that he has had with the US media. We'll check whether we have a soundbite or this is just information coming in. And we don't have a soundbite. In fact, we have a guest live joining us for more on this. We, in fact, have Terry Newman live from Tel Aviv joining us on this in this broadcast. Very good afternoon to you, Terry. And first question, we're just getting this development. US President Donald Trump, while engaging with media, they're saying that the Hormuz would be opened very soon. Are we looking at the possibility of the United States lifting the blockade and letting world trade flow, given the kind of resistance America has faced even from allies?
I think we have to follow through on actions rather than what he's actually said. It could be that what he means is the Iranians will give in as a result of this blockade, and therefore the Hormuz Straits will be opened up rather than America is going to stop the blockade and hand over, in effect, control of the Straits to Iran. So we should be careful not to misquote him and misunderstand what he's saying.
I agree with you. It's difficult to understand what President Trump is saying. You have to read a lot between the lines, and even that, I mean, after that, you miss sort of reading his lips. But it seems that he has had we, in fact, have the Central Command of the United States, which is based out of Florida, but takes care of the war zone of the Middle East. They have said the U.S. Marines conduct close-quarter tactics training aboard USS Tripoli. So while we have President Trump saying the blockade is being lifted, we have the US CENTCOM suggesting that they are honing up their skills for close combat. Do you think this could be disinformation campaign at the level of US President, even as they prepare for one final assault on Iran, or at least taking some of their islands which Iranians use for blockading the Hormuz?
So Trump has said yesterday that he expects the Iranians now to change their position and to be more amenable in negotiations. So probably as a result of that, he was referring to that when he's saying he expects the Straits of Hormuz to be open to international shipping as it was before the war and as is demanded under UNCLOS, the United Nations legislation relating to rule of law at sea. It's also worth noting as well that various European countries are also now getting ready, as well as some from Asia, to discuss policing the open Straits of Hormuz on the day after. But certainly CENTCOM has been boarding ships and warning ships as well. I believe as of this morning, 6 ships that were either leaving Iranian bases, ports, or going to Iranian ports were turned around. So definitely the current blockade is in place.
All right. Thank you so much. Terry Newman there joining us from Tel Aviv for a perspective on what's happening in the war zone. We'll come back to you, Terry, next on Israel. But moving on for now, and an important development given the economic situation and the impact of war on it. Data revealed by the Commerce Ministry says India's cumulative exports have reached a record high, and that they have breached the last year mark of 800 crores plus by a good margin. And in fact, we can have the numbers on air. Okay, we in fact have Pranav live for more on this. India's cumulative exports touch a record high of $860 billion against $825 billion last financial year. And Pranav Kulkarni, our business editor, joins us live from the newsroom. Pranav, that seems like Indian merchandise and goods exports taken together really beating the impact of war by a good margin.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. In fact, some encouraging numbers coming in here. As you rightly said, India's cumulative exports have touched $860 billion for FY 25-26. That's about a 4.22% raise against the financial year for the last fiscal. So that's quite an encouraging number. Also, to add to it is that the trade deficit has in fact reduced. The data that was released actually said that India's trade deficit reduced by about 20.67 billion, and that's primarily because of the growth in exports and the reduction in imports. So the Gulf War situation in a way has boosted India's, the numbers have boosted because the imports have kind of lowered and the exports have increased. So we're looking at some encouraging numbers coming in here from the Commerce Ministry.
All right, Pranav, in fact, another important development insofar as our trade is concerned, which is that Indian team of negotiators is going to travel to the United States, Washington, D.C. next week, and they're going to finalize the legal framework of the India-US trade deal that was announced a month and a half back. What are you hearing on that? By when we can expect results to come out of these negotiations?
Well, we're not yet in a position to tell our viewers as to when can we expect some sort of negotiation or some sort of results out. But the situation so far seems to have helped India because the tariff battle, the tariff imposed by Donald Trump had hampered negatively the Indian exports. But over the past about 3 months, ever since the US Supreme Court overturned Donald Trump's tariff decisions, Indian exports to the US have increased. And in fact, imports from the Gulf have reduced by about 3.5 billion. So what we're looking at necessarily is that the global situation finally seems to be working or providing tailwinds for India. We are given to understand that the Indian team is in the US right now to negotiate, and some sort of outcome is expected within the next few months, which in turn also is likely to provide some tailwinds. Given that, just to remind our viewers, yesterday IMF in fact said that Indian economy is slated to be the fastest growing economy in this financial year. So we can just expect that these negotiations will provide the much needed tailwinds for the Indian economy.
Right, thank you so much. Pranav Kulkarni there joining us from the newsroom on the exports data of India. And moving on to another breaking news, political one, big one, because remember tomorrow a special session of Parliament starting, and ahead of that Indie bloc leaders of the opposition have met, and now we have Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge coming out strongly against the delimitation bill that's going to be coming in the special session, along with the amendment in the Women's Reservation Law of 2023. The Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has said that they are in favor of the Nari Shakti Vandan Amendment Bill, the Constitution 131st Amendment Bill, but not against the delimitation law which is being brought in, and they are going to oppose it. Let's listen to Mallikarjun Kharge.
But only I can say that we all are in favor of Women's Reservation Bill. But the way in which they have brought, for that we have got reservations, and it is politically motivated just to trap and suppress the opposition parties. The government is doing like this. Therefore, we all have decided we will, though continuously we are supporting Women's Reservation Bill 2010, then even 2023, it is unanimously accepted the constitutional amendment. And we are insisting that they should implement that whatever earlier amendment is passed. And secondly, that delimitation, they are also playing some tricks. Therefore, all party, we are going to take one stand. We unitedly should fight in Parliament and all opposition parties unitedly. And this is the only thing I want to convey you, because we are united in this, and unitedly we have decided and we'll oppose this bill. But I want to tell you, we are not against the reservation. The way in which they have put in the bill, whether it is delimitation, whether they have not even cleared census and almost all powers of the Constitution, the executive is taking. And mostly the power which can be executed by the institutions, the Parliament they have given, so that they can change delimitation at any time. And they have done mistakes, or they have already deceived us in our Assam and also our Jammu and Kashmir, several places. So therefore, we will fight unitedly on that issue. Thank you.
Yes. Clearly, we are against the delimit.
That's Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge with the Indie bloc leaders, opposition leaders standing there. They had a meeting in Delhi on the issue of special session of Parliament. There are three bills that the government is bringing. One is, of course, the amendment in the Constitution, 131st Amendment itself, the 2023 Women's Reservation Bill, the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, and the other is the delimitation bill that the government is bringing. And the opposition very clear that while they support the women's reservation, and they have done that unanimously in the last round of 2023 when the bill became a law, but they are not going to support delimitation. The objection is that the census exercise is still ongoing, and the opposition is not trusting the government, is what comes out of that soundbite, because they are saying that even though the government has communicated that the delimitation is an exercise left to the Delimitation Commission, they are just bringing in a law to provide for women's reservation. The government is, according to them, driving it roughshod. Okay, can we listen to the soundbite again of Mallikarjun Kharge to understand the opposition position?
I have nothing to say, but only I can say that we all are in favor of Women's Reservation Bill. But the way in which they have brought, for that we have got reservations, and it is politically motivated, just to trap and suppress the opposition parties. The government is doing like this. Therefore, we all have decided we will, though continuously we are supporting Women's Reservation Bill 2010, then even 2023, it is unanimously accepted the constitutional amendment. And we are insisting that they should implement that whatever earlier amendment is passed. And secondly, that delimitation, they are also playing some tricks. Therefore, all party, we are going to take one stand. We unitedly should fight in Parliament and all opposition parties unitedly. And this is the only thing I want to convey you, because we are united in this, and unitedly we have decided, and we'll oppose this bill. But I want to tell you, we are not against the reservation. The way in which they have put in the bill, whether it is delimitation, whether they have not even cleared census and almost all powers of the Constitution, the executive is taking. And mostly the power which can be executed by the institutions, the Parliament they have given, so that they can change delimitation at any time. And they have done mistakes, or they have already deceived us in our Assam and also our Jammu and Kashmir, several places. So therefore, we will fight unitedly on that issue. Thank you.
All right, whatever Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge said by way of opposition to the delimitation bill was given with numbers by Dayanidhi Maran of the DMK a while back, speaking to Republic TV's Sharda in Chennai. Let's listen to him as well.
Yesterday, our leader, Mr. MK Stalin, released a video format where he has clearly said that what are the outcomes which will be against the interests of the southern states, especially for Tamil Nadu. And today we had a meeting with all the DMK MPs and said that all of us, irrespective of the election work, which is there very important also, we have to go there, because today the delimitation bill is a dangerous one. It's a draconian one, which is going to take away the rights of the people of southern India. And they are disguising it in the forefront, bringing in the women's bill. The women's bill is very, very clear. The women's bill clearly says that it will come into effect only after the delimitation. So what is the hurry? Now, the delimitation, already we have raised a concern. Why are you doing that when majority of the states are in the election mode? Why can't you wait? Let's wait and do it. Let's get the consensus of all the political party leaders. Without doing that, they want to take away. In today's Hindustan Times has clearly said, if they try to bring in the delimitation with today's 2011's population, Uttar Pradesh, the state which benefits the most, from 80 MP seats now it will jump to 140 seats. Bihar 40 to 73, Rajasthan 25 to 48, Madhya Pradesh 29 to 51, Maharashtra from 48 to 79, Tamil Nadu from 39 to 51, Kerala from 20 to 23, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana put together, where Mr. Nadu, this is for Mr. Nadu for you, 42 to 59, Odisha 21 to 29. I'm saying, is this what we want? What you in the 70s said, please try to limit the population. There was a directive from the union government to reduce population. We too asked to. They had 2 children. We followed it. People of Tamil Nadu and southern state followed it. Then we too asked 1. We also followed. But what are you doing? You're punishing us for following the directives of the central government. Today, the states which never follow the directive, which are where the population boom and are sucking up our country's GDP, are benefiting with more members of parliament. This is anti-democratic. We say we want to do it proportionately, so that our rights, our voting rights, southern states does not lose. But Modi feels that he can be a dictator for life.
All right, Shazia Ilmi of the BJP joins us over the phone. We heard Mallikarjun Kharge, we heard Dayanidhi Maran. Shazia, strong, upping the ante happening from the opposition. They are saying they are not going to support delimitation at all costs. Is the government really failing to communicate the fact that if delimitation does not happen, the women's reservation gets delayed, and that's why this has to be done now?
The fact of the matter is that there has to be a methodology to assure and ensure that it is transparent, it is done as per the numbers and as per the latest demarcation of constituencies, which is why delimitation becomes an absolute prerequisite for reboundaries or redrawing of the boundaries of each constituency. As of now, in some states like UP, there are 25 lakhs as constituents per MP, as opposed to 50,000 per MP. So to make the system less unwieldy, for people's will to be reflected through their MPs in a better manner and a more efficient and effective manner, there needs to be many more seats. However, the argument will be, and you will also ask me the same question, that the South will suffer because they have followed the population control measures better than northern states and the East and the West. And that is something which is there in the public domain and is absolutely true and laudable. But there is an assurance by the party, by the Prime Minister, that no injustice will be done and nowhere will they suffer because of their good compliance with the social measures taken to implement and ensure population control. Which is why I think instead of just going against the whole idea of delimitation being a prerequisite, they should participate tomorrow on the 16th and be a part of this absolutely historic implementation process of an historic legislation.
Okay, thank you so much, Shazia, for joining us. We come back to this conversation in a bit in prime time because that's the hot political debate happening just one day ahead of the special session of Parliament that's been convened by the Modi government to pass the Women's Reservation Bill afresh along with the delimitation one. On that note, we slip into a short break. Coming up. On the other side, more on the Nashik grooming gang story. The accused in custody. What happens next?
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MQ9 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan.
The nationalist collective is an idea that will bring us together and make sure that the world knows that we are here to make our mark. We will never be run over. Let's come together for the nation.
Join the 7th Nationalist Collective Conclave on 16th April. I will be discussing space, integrated warfare and modern defense, preparing India for future conflicts.
This is Ratan Sharda. The topic of my speech is From Ideology to Impact, the RSS and India's Growth Story. I'm sure you'll enjoy it and hope to see you soon.
Tonight at 6:30 p.m. on our Global, we get you the global stories that are making the headline. 20 ships have passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours, despite a US Navy blockade.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MQ9 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, the TCS corporate jihad case is widening with the victim count now rising up to 14 and a Malaysian preacher link now emerging. We'll get you all the details, but first up, a quick check at the headlines. More details emerging. TCS sexual exploitation case. Top executive now implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused Dr. Shaheen. TCS employee Ashwini Chenani sent to judicial custody. Chenani accused of ignoring complaints of Hindu women. Maharashtra man arrested for sexually abusing and circulating videos of minor girls online. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old a POXO case accused of Muhammad Ayaz's residence. ED raids up MP Ashok Mittal claiming a links to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs are being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister come out saying BJP has begun its election work. All right, was a top focus at this. The big statement coming in from Donald Trump on the Strait of Hormuz. Now he's in fact said on China being really happy on the Strait of Hormuz. He goes on to say, and I quote him here, "I'm doing it for them, but also and the world. The situation will never happen again. They have agreed not to send weapons to Iran. President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. We are working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting? But remember, we are very good at fighting if we have to, far better than anyone else." Now that's the latest tweet coming in from the US President Donald Trump on the Strait of Hormuz and China's reaction to it also. He says, and I quote him here, "China is very happy that I'm permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. I am doing it for them also and the world." All right, in fact, now remember viewers, the whole contention in this conflict remains over Strait of Hormuz. IRGC claims complete control over it. But ever since the US imposed a naval blockade around Iranian imports, Donald Trump has now released his fresh statement on the Strait of Hormuz, saying that he's opening it and China is really happy about it. He also says he's not just doing it for China, but also for the world. Now joining me on the broadcast is Major General G.D. Bakshi. Thank you, Major General, for joining us on Republic TV. Sir, I want to ask you, we've just received a tweet by Donald Trump. He goes on to say, "China is very happy that I'm permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. I'm doing it for them and also for the world." How do you read this statement, sir?
Thought he had just, blockaded the Strait of Hormuz. He has imposed a double whammy. One blockade was being done by the Iranians. Now he's done a second blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. How that amounts to opening the Strait of Hormuz, I can't understand. The Chinese, of course, were very upset, very angry, because 90% of it is their ships which are, getting out oil from Iran and bringing it, food items, other, export items, etc. So it is their shipping is most affected by this blockade. So I don't know. Donald Trump also in the same breath talking of peace. They're talking of the grand reconstruction of Iran, etc. Whenever the Americans start talking peace, I get concerned that they are about to start their second round of attacks. That is exactly what the pattern has been. Last year it was the same. In June, they held peace talks, and in the middle of the peace talks, they opened the attack on Iran. This year again, 28th of February, they did the same thing. Peace talks were on, and they opened the attack. So we'll have to now, look more at actions and less at words.
All right, and also this stands in complete contradiction to what Iran is saying. Now, IRGC claims complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. They say that, in fact, as you mentioned as well, that US has betrayed its trust twice. Amidst negotiation, they went for attacks, and this time as well. So we are looking at major trust deficits still being there before the second round of negotiations begin.
We'll have to wait and watch, because we would like to be optimistic, because the world is sick and tired of this mad caper, which has done enough damage to the global economy. Global economy, American economy, Indian economy, Asian economies, particularly have been hard hit. Japan, India, Korea, Vietnam, all these economies have been very seriously damaged by this needless war, a war of choice. And now Donald Trump thought that by blockading the Straits of Hormuz, if he would get the price of oil down. I mean, that was counterintuitive. I mean, it was so plain as hell that it would only raise prices. It would only create more mayhem on the stock market. That is what he has achieved in this one day. And I don't think it has stopped the Chinese ships. So I don't know what Donald Trump is really talking about. We'll have to wait and watch, look at what he does, rather than even waste our time listening to what he says.
Right, of course, Major General, we'll have to see whether this blockade would hold or not and wait and watch what will be the next step of the US in this conflict. Thanks so much, sir, for joining us on Republic. And to take this conversation further, I'm now being joined by retired Major General KK Sinha. Now, Major General, I want to ask you, we just now received a statement from Donald Trump. He says that Strait of Hormuz is now open, and he's opened this not just for China, but for the entire world. How do you read the statements? Because it stands in complete contradiction to what Iran is saying. Now, IRGC still maintains complete control over the economic corridor.
Good evening and Jai Hind. These contradictions are there, by creating a narrative by speech, which is absolutely opposite. I think this narrative is not working out. Hormuz is still under the siege by Iranians, and I don't think it will open, in spite of the fact that, blockade has been put over there by Americans. 16 ships, and they have got about 10,000 troops over there. But making a naval blockade effective, it doesn't happen by putting switch on, switch off. It takes time if we want to be effective. But the challenges are there that is going to be, these sieges, likely to be challenged by many countries, which includes China in a big way, Russians, even the other countries, which are South Asian countries, we are dependent on the Iranian oil. So, making a statement saying that there is a naval blockade and it is effective and they are doing it for the world, I don't think, the world takes it that way. It is absolutely in a very, very initial state, in spite of a mixed signal that, talk is going to be the second phase of talk is going to start by begin. And they are conceding the point. Iranians are absolutely wrong. They know doing it because the ground situation dictates terms on ground. So ground situation is there that, the complete state of Hormuz, because it is so restricted, 33 kilometers of the passage is totally under the control of Iran, and I think it is really effective. Iran will, is home to it, and Americans did try during the talk in Pakistan, but that has failed absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Major General KK Sinha, for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your analysis of what you make of Donald Trump's recent statement on the Strait of Hormuz. And now, viewers, shifting focus to another big breaking development we're getting at this hour. Now, one of the prime accused in the Nasik grooming case, Nida Khan, in fact, has filed for an anticipatory bail. She still remains absconding. She's still on the run, but her counsel has now filed for an anticipatory bail in this case. Now, we're getting the latest in this case as Nida Khan, one of the prime accused, one of the top HR at the TCS firm who facilitated the forced conversion attempts, the sexual harassment complaints she ignored, and now she has filed for an anticipatory bail in this case. All right, viewers, in fact, let's get you more developments and details about this prime accused Nida Khan, who still remains absconding, still on the run after facilitating a brainwashing of several Hindu victims and also conversion attempts. Now, we're getting you details about her. The head HR, Nida Khan, in fact, she met the terror accused in a Delhi blast case, Dr. Shaheen. Nida Khan is an educated HR official for TCS Pune branch. She's still absconding on the run, and she's been, in fact, in touch with the terror accused in the Delhi blast case, Dr. Shaheen. Both are now suspected, part of this white-collar terror network. All right, let's also talk about who this prime accused Nida Khan is. Let's get you more details about what is the role of her in this conflict and, in fact, in this case that's now becoming more mercurial day by day. Now, she's working in the finance world at TCS. And, in fact, we'll also get you more details about this case as more and more details now emerge from the victims as well, and the questions now being raised about TCS' role and why there was no action. In fact, why was the delayed response from the chairperson? That's the big question we're asking at this moment. Also asking why did the complaints were not paid heed to? Why did the TCS and Nasik initially deny the incident? Why was there a cover-up attempt, in fact, by TCS in this case? And if there is a zero tolerance policy in place, why was there delayed action? In fact, the Republic also confronted one of the prime accused, Ashwini Chenani, but she continued to dodge our questions. Now she's been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. Listen into this conversation as Republic tries to confront her. Why did she not pay heed to the complaints raised by the Hindu victims? But she continues to dodge our questions. Take a listen.
आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया इस सबका? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया? आपने फीमेल एम्प्लॉयज का रिप्लाई क्यों नहीं दिया? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया इस सबका? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया? आपने फीमेल एम्प्लॉयज का रिप्लाई क्यों नहीं दिया? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया इस सबका? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया? आपने फीमेल एम्प्लॉयज का रिप्लाई क्यों नहीं दिया? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया इस सबका? आपने कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं लिया? आपने फीमेल
Now here's a rapid movement of the wheels of justice in this Nasik corporate jihad case. We're looking at Police Commissioner also releasing a statement on where is the investigation at this stage. Let's take a listen.
के अंदर गुना दाखल एट वर्क प्लेस के 9 गंभीर मामले दाखल हुए। इसमें एक मामले में एक पुरुष तकरारदार ने रिलीजियस कन्वर्जन का अटेम्प्ट और धार्मिक भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंचाना इस सदर में कंप्लेंट दाखल की है। एक महिला पीड़िता ने इसमें कन्वर्जन का अटेम्प्ट नौकरी और शादी का आमिष देके बलात्कार और उसकी धार्मिक भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंचाना इस सदर में और एट्रोसिटी एक्ट के अंदर गुनाह दाखल किया हुआ है। और 4 महिलाओं ने सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट एट वर्क प्लेस, उनको लैंगिक अत्याचार उनके कार्यालय में करने का गुनाह उन्होंने दाखल किया है। और 3 महिला पीड़ितों ने सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट और रिलीजियस हैरेसमेंट एट वर्क प्लेस का गुनाह दाखल किया हुआ है। इसमें जो एक्यूज्ड है, जो आरोपी है, ये आरोपी जो कार्यालय है उसमें अच्छे पोजीशंस पे थे और ये जो कंप्लेनेंट्स है ये उनके अंडर काम करते थे और उनको अपनी पोजीशन का दुरुपयोग करके उनको तकलीफ देना, उनको रिलीजियस हैरेस करना या उनको सेक्सुअली हैरेस करना, इस टाइप का आरोप इन पे लगाया गया है। A total 9 cases of attempt to religious conversion, sexual harassment at workplace, religious harassment at workplace have been registered in Nasik City Police. One male complainant has filed his complaint regarding attempt to religious conversion and also religious harassment at workplace. One lady complainant has given a complaint of sexual harassment at workplace, religious harassment at workplace, and also rape under the pretext of giving a job and false promise of marriage, and also atrocity act. 4 cases have been registered by lady victims.
And now, viewers, the delimitation row is exploding with the rift between the centre and the southern states are widening. Now, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin has announced a black flag protest over the delimitation issue. In fact, we'll get you more details. Now, Tamil Nadu CM MK Stalin, while announcing the black flag protest across the state, says that the alleged delimitation amendment is an attempt by the Union BJP government to bring in the parliament a massive and historic injustice towards the southern states. Now, he also says that if the delimitation exercise which would allegedly be against the southern states was a punishment for contributing to India's progress. This is how Tamil Nadu and southern states are being repaid by the centre. That's
Yesterday, our leader, Mr. MK Stalin, has released a video format where he has clearly said that what are the outcomes. Yesterday, our leader, Mr. MK Stalin, has released a video format where he has clearly said that what are the outcomes which will be against the interests of the southern states, especially for Tamil Nadu. And today we had a meeting with all the DMK MPs and said that all of us, irrespective of the election work, which is there very important also, we have to go there because today the delimitation bill is a dangerous one, it's a draconian one, which is going to take away the rights of the people of southern India. And they are disguising it in the forefront, bringing in the women's bill. It is, and the women's bill is very, very clear. The women's bill clearly says that it will come into effect only after the delimitation. So what is the hurry? Now, the delimitation, already we have raised a concern. Why are you doing that when majority of the states are in the election mode? Why can't you wait? Let's wait and do it. And let's get the consensus of all the political party leaders. Without doing that, they want to take away. In today's Hindustan Times has clearly said, if they try to bring in the delimitation with today's 2011's population, Uttar Pradesh, the state which benefits the most, from 80 MP seats now will jump to 140 seats. BR 40 to 73. Rajasthan 25 to 48. Madhya Pradesh 29 to 51. Maharashtra from 48 to 79. Tamil Nadu from 39 to 51. Kerala from 20 to 23. Andhra Pradesh and Telangana put together, where Mr. Nadu, this is for Mr. Nadu for you, 42 to 59. Odisha 21 to 29. I'm saying, is this what we want? What you in the 70s said, please try to limit the population. There was a directive from the union government to reduce population. We too asked to. They had 2 children. We followed it. People of Tamil Nadu and southern state followed it. Then we too asked 1. We also followed. But what are you doing? You're punishing us for following the directives of the central government. Today, the states which never follow the directive, which are where the population boom and are sucking up our country's GDP, are benefiting with more members of parliament. This is anti-democratic. We say we want to do it proportionately, so that our rights, our voting rights, southern states does not lose. But Modi feels that he can be a dictator for life. This is a step towards dictatorship.
Yeah, when 2 of their opposition party states are going, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu is going for polls, they want to call the parliament immediately and put pressure on these parties, because both these party MPs will stand against this delimitation. So they don't want these MPs to come there. But anyhow, we are going there, but still the numbers will be less. So they want that to happen, and that the bill which was introduced by them should be accepted by the House. That is why they are doing all those things. They are anti-people. Their planning is that their states which they are ruling, the UP, the MP, with so much high population, because they have failed in the population control, they want those states to get more number of seats, and Tamil Nadu will get a lesser number of seats. Even if it is proportionate, with 82 MPs in UP, if it is proportionate, they will get more than 100. Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh will get more than 100. Bihar will get more. They want that to happen because they fear that they will fail in the next elections.
And now viewers, Republic had an exclusive conversation with BJP leader and Lok Sabha MP Bansuri Swaraj, who now says that any political party who opposes a Nari Shakti Vandan bill will face the wrath of the women of the nation. Take a listen.
मैं बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और सभी राजनीतिक दलों का जिन्होंने इसका समर्थन करा था, भारतीय संसद का कि उन्होंने सितंबर 2023 में नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम का कानून पारित करा, जिससे 33% आरक्षण आ गया। अब मैं हर राजनीतिक दल को आपके माध्यम से याद कराना चाहूंगी कि हमने, भारतीय संसद ने इस देश की बेटियों से, देश की मातृशक्ति से एक वायदा करा था कि हम 2029 में ही इसको लागू कर देंगे। ये जो 16, 17, 18 को स्पेशल सेशन आ रहा है पार्लियामेंट में, इसमें मैं आपके माध्यम से आग्रह करती हूँ सभी राजनीतिक दलों से कि वो विचारधारा की भिन्नता से ऊपर उठकर सर्वसम्मति से इस संशोधन को पारित करें और जो हमने वादा करा है इस देश की मातृशक्ति से उसको पूरा करें। जो भी व्यक्ति इस संशोधन के आड़े आएगा, जो भी राजनीतिक दल इस संशोधन को पारित करने में समर्थन नहीं देगा, वो इस देश की मातृशक्ति के आक्रोश का पात्र बनेगा। तो आक्रोश का पात्र मत बनिए, आशीर्वाद का पात्र बनिए और इस संशोधन का कृपया आप भी साथ दीजिए।
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you how the delimitation row is now exploding. The rift between centre and southern states of Biden as Tamil Nadu CM now announces black flag protest over the delimitation exercise.
Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we tell you why Pakistan cannot be trusted as a mediator between America and Iran. The real story of Pakistan's role in Trump's war.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes.
Making it south versus north has been the favorite game of the DMK. A few days before Tamil Nadu votes, will MK Stalin use delimitation as an election calling card? Our focus on Verdict 2026 at 6 p.m. this evening.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the
A shocking revelation has been made in the Nasik grooming gang probe. A link has emerged between the HR who's in hiding, Nida Khan, and Red Fort blast accused Dr. Shaheen. What's behind that? We'll tell you at 7:30 p.m. Also on the show, we bring you the shocker coming in from Amravati, where a 19-year-old Ayan Tanveer has been arrested for sexually exploiting and circulating obscene videos of at least 180 girls. We also get you what's happening as far as the war in West Asia is concerned, what the nuclear watchdog chief is saying, and much more at 7:30 p.m. with me, Rakshita Mishra, Super Prime Time.
Making it South versus North has been the favorite game of the DMK. A few days before Tamil Nadu votes, will MK Stalin use delimitation as an election calling card? Our focus on Verdict 2026 at 6 p.m. this evening.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Verdict 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we are one phase down. The next phase of voting will happen on the 23rd. And two key states are warming up to the next phase of elections, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. On Verdict 2026, and even as we speak, the Prime Minister is in Kanyakumari on the campaign trail in what is a BJP stronghold. We'll get you all the breaking news updates from the battlegrounds. Here are the headlines. Delimitation becoming an election flashpoint as Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin, the incumbent Chief Minister, warning of a black protest against the centre's move.
Delimitation. They are also playing some tricks. Therefore, all party, we are going to take one stand, and unitedly we have decided, and we'll oppose this bill. Delimitation. They are.
Congress decides to join the opposition and block the delimitation, says they will oppose the move, the bill, they will not allow it to pass. State set for a political face-off. Prime Minister holding a big roadshow in Kanyakumari at southernmost point of India. AIDMK General Secretary EPS with him. BJP Chief Nayanar Nagendran also a part of the roadshow today. TVK Chief Vijay also jumping in. The final stage campaigns across 3 critical constituencies in Chennai today.
चेंज बैडली नीड इन बंगाल राष्ट्रवादी एकजुट हुआ है साथ साथ इतना महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ जनता टीएमसी को हटाने के लिए वचनबद्ध है
Speaking to Republic TV on the campaign trail, Shuvendu Adhikari, the BJP's senior most leader in Bengal, says it's time that Mamata is booted out of power in Bengal. Ladies and gentlemen, the centre's moved to introduce the delimitation bill. They're trying to push the women's quota bill, but the delimitation aspect has met with a lot of resistance, especially from the opposition. Now, the bill itself proposes extending the number of seats in the Lok Sabha from 543 to 850, primarily to accommodate women MPs, who will now constitute 1/3 of parliamentarians. Indie Bloc saying they will back the women's reservation bill, but oppose delimitation. Now, it doesn't make sense. They're saying they will back women's quota, but oppose the delimitation. And they're now planning to make it an election issue. DMK already making it an election issue. Stalin planning to protest tomorrow. The DMK MPs are planning a black protest tomorrow. A 3-day sitting in Parliament will be convened starting tomorrow, April 16th to 18th, during which amendments to the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam will be taken up to enable the implementation from 2029. But we are set politically for a huge face-off as each side is hardening its position in the wake of the number of MPs increasing due to delimitation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's try and show you how the numbers are going to add up in case of delimitation. Now, what the opposition claims is this. Now, this is what they are claiming. The opposition math, it's the opposition math, it is not the official math. I'm putting a disclaimer again, it's not the official math, it's not the official number, it's not how it's going to turn out. But the opposition claims this is the formula. Now, they are citing the 2011 census, and this is what they claim. Now, they're trying to play this north versus south card by saying northern states will gain, southern states will lose. So according to the opposition math, once again, the opposition math, they claim that the top gainers are going to be Uttar Pradesh. They claim that the seats of Uttar Pradesh could go from 80 to 140. They claim that seats in Bihar will go from 40 to 73. And the change in proportion you can see there. And Rajasthan, they claim, will go up from 25 to 48. Madhya Pradesh, they claim, will go up from 29 to 51. Maharashtra, they claim, will go from 48 to 79. This is their logic. And they're claiming that southern states will lose out. Now, we will tell you how they are making that claim. Because they have their own census. They're going by the 2011 census. But here's the thing. This is not how it's going to play out. According to top sources, there is also a 50% formula. Now, what is the 50% formula? The 50% formula would mean every state gets 50% of seats added to the number of Lok Sabha seats. Now, that's a possibility. Here's the story of delimitation and how it's playing out politically. Take a look.
The centre has proposed a significant overhaul of the House of the People through the delimitation bill. The centre's delimitation bill, however, has kicked up a massive storm, with opposition leaders raising their voice against the centre. The bill, if passed, will increase the Lok Sabha strength from 543 to 850. The bill will be taken up for discussion on the 16th and the 17th of April. However, there is firm opposition to the bill from southern states as they fear they will lose out on seats. And ahead of a crucial parliament session set to begin on the 16th, MK Stalin has called for a massive agitation against the government's proposed move.
பெரும்பான்மைக்கு தண்டனை இது தேச நலனுக்காக தேச வளர்ச்சிக்காக நாங்க துணை நின்னா எங்களுடைய அரசியல் உரிமையை பறிப்பீங்களா? இதைவிட கொடுமை என்ன இருக்க முடியும்? பிரதமர் மோடி அவர்களே, தமிழர்களையும் தென்மாநில மக்களையும் இரண்டாந்தர குடிமக்களாக பார்க்குறீங்க.
Further, Dayanidhi Maran also reacted to Stalin's call. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, he termed the move dangerous and draconian.
Yesterday, our leader, Mr. MK Stalin, released a video format where he has clearly said that what are the outcomes which will be against the interests of the southern states, especially for Tamil Nadu. And today we had a meeting with all the DMK MPs and said that all of us, irrespective of the election work, which is there very important also, we have to go there because today the delimitation bill is a dangerous one, it's a draconian one, which is going to take away the rights of the people of southern India.
Meanwhile, TVK chief Vijay has also termed the centre's bill as biased. He claimed that if the bill was passed, the voice of southern states will diminish, while that of northern states would increase. Many other opposition leaders have also reacted to the issue. Jammu and Kashmir National Conference Minister Javed Rana said delimitation based on 2011 census is not a right decision and the apprehension of southern states is genuine.
पीर पंजाल को काट के आपने अनंतनाग के साथ लगा दिया, आपने बहुत सी कंस्टिट्यूंसीज जो हैं उनको सिरे से ही ख़त्म कर दिया, तो ये तो कॉन्फिडेंस घात जो इन्होंने किया है ये पूरे देश में इनका जो एक मिशन है वो तो है, ये सही अप्रीहेंशन है, तो यहाँ भी कर सकते हैं ये.
The delimitation controversy is escalating on a daily basis, with Tamil Nadu's black flag protest and opposition deciding to wear black to the parliament. Tomorrow's session is expected to be a power-packed and dramatic affair.
And ladies and gentlemen, now according to the opposition math once again, we showed you who they claim would be the top gainers. Now they claim that these states are losing out. This is what they claim, that the states will lose out according to the 2011 census. Going by the 2011 census, they say Tamil Nadu's seats will go down. There will be a negative projection in the proportion of seats will come down. They claim that Kerala also will see a setback. They claim AP and Telangana will not see a drastic increase in the number of seats. They claim that Odisha will also lose out. They also claim West Bengal will lose out. Now, this is of course all based on 2011. This is the opposition math. There is also a 50% formula. Let me go close to Sharda, because this is becoming an election issue, increasingly an election issue. Sharda is joining us live. Sharda, it appears to be a very, very, I mean, of course it is coming bang in the middle of elections, but DMK is trying to capitalize on it, trying to make it about North versus South, which they have always tried to do.
Very true, Niranjan. As you mentioned, delimitation
for the last 1 year has been a fight for the DMK as the Northwest is the South. Even during the elections campaign that we noticed, Kanimuri, Udayanidhi Stalin, MK Stalin, all spoke about delimitation, saying that if the delimitation is brought into place, and the NDA being supporting the delimitation, said that even the AIADMK does not care about it because they are part of the NDA, and constantly kept saying that the delimitation is something that is against the South. That's the perspective that the DMK has against it. While the delimitation is said to be based on the population of 2011 census, DMK worries that whether the number of seats that Tamil Nadu will be getting is very less compared to the population that the Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh had got in the last 10 years, stating that whereas UP and MP will get double the number of digits than what they have right now. Also worrying whether if the voices of from the southern states will be reduced if the number of MPs are increased in the other states. Pointing out that the BJP ruled states have more beneficiary in the numbers of the MPs that will be appointed, and also saying the support that they will get be more than what the southern states will get. So DMK for the last 5 days have been focusing on the delimitation and the women's rights bill, and throughout the campaign the last 1 month DMK has constantly been speaking about how delimitation is not very fair, and that if India comes to power in Tamil Nadu with the BJP and the AIADMK leading, there are chances that the India leaders will reduce the Tamil rights, and that's the campaign, that political scenario that the DMK has been developing here.
So those inputs, Sharda, it's become an election issue, and Congress also contesting the elections in Tamil Nadu. They're an ally of the DMK. We had the Congress hold a meeting. Mallikarjun Kharge held a news conference this evening, and Mallikarjun Kharge said that the opposition supported the women's reservation bill, but is against delimitation. Take a look.
Delimitation, they are also playing some tricks. Therefore, all party, we are going to take one stand. We unitedly should fight in Parliament and all opposition parties unitedly, and this is the only thing I want to convey you, because we are united in this, and unitedly we have decided, and we'll oppose this bill. But I want to tell you, we are not against the reservation. The way in which they have put in the bill, whether it is delimitation, whether they have not even cleared census, and almost all powers of the Constitution, the executive is taking. And mostly the power which can be executed by the institutions, the Parliament they have given, so that they can change delimitation at any time. And they have done mistakes, or they have already deceived us in our Assam and also our Jammu and Kashmir, several places. So therefore, we will fight unitedly on that issue. Thank you. Delimitation, they are also playing some tricks. Therefore, all party, we are going to take one stand. We unitedly should fight in Parliament and all opposition parties unitedly, and this is the only thing I want to convey you, because we are united in this, and unitedly we have decided, and we'll oppose this bill. But I want to tell you, we are not against the reservation. The way in which they have put in the bill, whether it is delimitation, whether they have not even cleared census, and almost all powers of the Constitution, the executive is taking.
And ladies and gentlemen, as we stay on the political developments in Tamil Nadu, because DMK, Congress, all of them pushing the tempo on delimitation, keeping the elections in mind, because this is exactly what they want for their electorate ahead of an election. It's a classic issue that they have on a platter. The Prime Minister, meanwhile, is in Tamil Nadu. The Prime Minister is holding a roadshow from Nagarkoil, and those are live pictures coming in. Tamil Nadu goes to polls on the 23rd of April, and the Prime Minister is there. And the Prime Minister is with Edappadi Palanisamy, who's the AIADMK General Secretary, there to his left, and the BJP Chief of Tamil Nadu, Nayanar Nagendran, to his right. The Prime Minister campaigning in a stronghold. Kanyakumari is seen as a BJP stronghold, has been for many, many decades now. Let me go across to Sharda joining us live as we stay with those pictures. Sharda, the Prime Minister in Kanyakumari. And he will, of course, he's been spending a lot of time there. He's going between Bengal and Tamil Nadu, and they are hopeful. The BJP is hopeful that this time, along with the alliance with the AIADMK, they will gain some ground in the state of Tamil Nadu. The Prime Minister is expected to speak, so when he does, we will cut back to those pictures coming in. From Tamil Nadu to battleground Bengal now, where BJP leader Smriti Irani spoke to us. She's on the campaign trail, and she spoke to us. She's very popular with the people of Bengal. She speaks Bengali as well, and she spoke to Republic TV's Harsha, and she spoke about critically the women's quota bill, the women's reservation, and addressed this controversy around delimitation as well. Take a listen.
The Nari Vandan Adhiniyam bill, amended bill, will be coming in the special session of the Parliament 16, 17, 18. We are joined by Smriti Irani. Mr. Irani, you were part of that women reservation bill, which was passed in the House in 2023. How do you see this right now? Because opposition parties are opposing it. Sonia Gandhi stating is that this is not a reform, which BJP is stating. This is not the right representation. This is the intent of this reform is basically the delimitation. What do you want to respond to that?
I think that the opposition party, when in power, which never passed this bill in both houses of parliament today, is caught between their version of politics and the reality of India. The reality of India is that women have not only been financially emancipated under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi through various schemes such as the Jan Dhan, Mudra, and also schemes like Ayushman Bharat, which have given women enough health fillip so that they are more productive and contribute more to society, community and family. The idea that the time is now for such women to also have an opportunity to contribute politically to our country is not new. The time is now. The evidence has been produced by women who across the representative chain constitutionally that has been endowed on us have exhibited their mettle. Today, when Prime Minister Modi wants to ensure that the bill which has been passed earlier is now hoping to be amended so that the fruits of it can be borne by women of India in 2029, I am flummoxed why any political organization will stand against the interests of the women of India. What is, I think, extremely disappointing is that a female leader from the opposition today opposes this provision of the Prime Minister that hopes to embolden and emancipate women politically.
Do you also believe that the 33% women reservation bill is on one side? On the other side, it is being stated that the government will speak to Delimitation Commission about the 50% cap. There's new thing which is 50% cap, the issue which is being raised by India Alliance.
I will defer to the government representative to give a position and a statement of fact on behalf of the government. I will only say this, that the intent of the government as their public position has been more than clear, that we want to ensure a speedy implementation of 33% reservation. The political intent of the BJP was evidenced when BJP ensured 33% reservation for women within our organization, when Rajnath ji was our president. Today, when the Prime Minister is appealing to all sections of society, to all political parties, I cannot imagine why any political organization, for that matter, political organization that is hoping to engage with voters in this country, will in any way defy the rights of Indian women.
See the major reason why Revant Reddy, MK Stalin, all these South leaders are writing to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Do you also feel that they are scared that if the new exercise of delimitation will happen, the representation will from South will reduce to some extent?
Prime Minister has overwhelmingly reassured everybody through his public statements that no state will be denied their constitutional right. No state will be denied their constitutional landscape. No state will be denied their political right. So when the Prime Minister, the highest highest office in this country, has assured this through Parliament is what his endeavour is. I don't understand why the political parties and especially the leaders who are speaking out against this bill do not understand the majesty of the Constitution and the legislative process of India.
One last question. Since you are in West Bengal, the special session has been called on 16th, 17th, 18th, few days before the West Bengal elections and the last day of the Tamil Nadu election. How do you see this? Because opposition party leaders are stating that this has been done right now to benefit, BJP wants to benefit itself for the West Bengal elections.
Well, there have been elections in other states as well. Why is it that TMC is particularly haunted by anything that is happening nationally and only looking at it from the prism of the state elections? There have been elections in the state of Tamil Nadu, in Assam. There have been elections in the state of Kerala as well. So I think that instead of associating this good intent of the government with the ill intent of the opposition, my appeal to you as a media personality would be, let's look at the crux of the issue, which is, do we as citizens want to ensure that 33% for reservation for women is implemented in the next Lok Sabha election or not? If your answer is yes, then do support Prime Minister Modi's endeavour.
Just can you tell to all our viewers how you feel, because you were part of that night? We all clicked pictures with you on the women reservation bill when it was passed in Lok Sabha. It was at top of the Makar Dwar. Each and everyone was there. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. How do you personally feel about it from 2023 to now, when the women reservation bill will see the light of the reality?
I have worked in my organization with leaders such as Sumitra Mahajan, Sushma Swaraj, Vasundhara Raje, Uma Bharti, Jayanti Ben Mehta. These are women who were the flag bearers of ensuring that 33% reservation for women in Parliament passes. So when I stood at Makar Dwar that night, I remembered their contribution, because we stand on their shoulders today as female activists. And I also think what was extremely poignant was that that was one of the first legislations in the new building of the Indian Parliament. So to ensure that the Prime Minister, in fact, passes this as the first legislation for us was equally an emotive issue. So as somebody who has worked in the grassroots with my leadership to ensure that this becomes a reality, to a moment in history where you sit in the cabinet with the Prime Minister proffering this as a legislative piece of action for Indians at large, I have seen the whole gamut. And today that is why female activists like me are more than eager to see it implemented in the next Lok Sabha election.
Well, we also managed to catch Shuvendu Adhikari on the campaign trail, Smriti Irani, of course, and Shuvendu also spoke to Republic, speaking about how he's very, 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 very keen to defeat the TMC. He says he's been trying for many years now, and he thinks this is the year they make a breakthrough. Listen in.
So Shuvendu Adhikari is here campaigning, and not only he's a star campaigner, candidate from the Bhawanipur and Nandigram as well. As we know, he's teaching and reading the constituency. How do you see this election?
I am not faced. I am working sincerely. Change badly need in Bengal. बंगाल में परिवर्तन का जरूरत है। मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, जो पार्टी जिम्मेदारी दिया, जो हमारी नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने दिया, वो पूरा करने का काम कर रहा है।
आपको क्यों लगता है कि 2021 से 2026 तक क्या ऐसा बदला है कि आपको लगता है कि भाजपा आएगी?
देखिए, पिछले 5 साल हम लोग बहुत मेहनत और अमित शाह जी ने हम लोग को बहुत सपोर्ट किया, मोदी जी का सपोर्ट मिला। इस बार अच्छा ही होगा। और SIR का बाद डेथ वोटर, फेक वोटर, घुसपैठिया का नाम डिलीट हो गया है। भाई सनातनी एकजुट हुआ है, राष्ट्रवादी एकजुट हुआ है, साथ साथ इतना महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, जनता TMC को हटाने के लिए वचनबद्ध। हिंदू का ऊपर अत्याचार होगा तो आवाज बुलंद करना चाहिए। ममता बनर्जी क्यों हिंदू के गंगा धर्म बोलता है, क्यों महाकुंभ को मृत्यु कुंभ बोलता है? उनको पूछिए ना। बीजेपी विकास के नाम पर चुनाव कर रहा है,
हिंदुत्व के मॉडल का जो आरोप
के नाम पर चुनाव कर रहा है, टाटा को वापस लाने का नाम पर चुनाव कर रहा है।
मॉडल बनेगा क्या?
की सम्मान बीजेपी का मॉडल, विकास की मॉडल।
हर आदमी एक बार मारेगा।
विकास के मॉडल है, लेकिन हिंदू का अत्याचार जो कर रहा है वो कम करने का काम भी आने वाला दिन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगा।
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm ending this edition of Verdict 2026 with one formula, one possibility that could just end this politics, the opposition politics over delimitation. Now, they are claiming that states will lose out, but here's the thing. All states could get an even 50% increase in the number of seats, which makes it even Stephens. Just take a look at this. Uttar Pradesh could go from 80 to 120, Bihar 40 to 60, Madhya Pradesh 29 to 44, Maharashtra 48 to 72, Odisha 21 to 31. Now, this is a real possibility. Sources are saying this is what the government is considering. Will that happen? Live coverage on Republic starting tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिप। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching the newest edition of our Global, where we get you the headlines from around the world and the stories behind them. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and in the fresh edition, we'll begin with Trump's U-turn on the Strait of Hormuz, followed by Pakistan once again pleading IMF for rescue. Lined up next is IMF's warning of recession, and viewers will end this entire bulletin with a special something on China building the world's biggest dam, breaking its own record. What can it mean for India? But first, here are your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Trump takes a U-turn on Hormuz blockade, says Hormuz being permanently opened. Satellite imagery shows Iran rebuilding missile infrastructure in Khomeini. China denies reports claiming arms support to Iran. China says such claims purely fabricated. IAEA chief says North Korea showing very serious increase in ability to produce atomic weapons, warns of massive threat. After landslide win against Viktor Orban in Hungary, Peter Magyar now calls for early transfer of power. Viewers, now starting first, US President Donald Trump has yet again taken a U-turn and declared that the Strait of Hormuz is being permanently opened. However, he also said that US will remember those who did not help Washington in the war against Iran. These statements were given to the US media, in fact. Trump later also to Truth Social and said that he was removing this blockade for China and for the world because China has promised to not supply weapons to Iran. So a big U-turn by the US president, a move that will certainly impact the Asian markets as they open tomorrow, as well as the global oil prices that continue to remain volatile. In fact, viewers, take a look at everything that President Donald Trump has been saying. He says that he is opening Hormuz for China and the world on the behest of the Chinese promise to not send any weapons, armament or cash to Iran. In fact, he also goes on to say that he's doing this not for the United States. Like, remember, he said the United States does not need the Strait of Hormuz, was his statement. And now he says that China has agreed to not send weapons to Iran, and that is the only reason why he is freeing the Strait of Hormuz. Viewers, now even while the US naval blockade was reportedly in place, ships still transited the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, we had reports of Chinese ships crossing the strait, but more updates came of ships crossing Hormuz. Watch this report for further details.
The blockade at the Strait of Hormuz started at 7:30 p.m. Tuesday. The US military on Monday detailed the boundaries of its Strait of Hormuz blockade extending from the East Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. The ship tracking data showed that 2 ships turned around in the strait as the blockade went into effect. The US Central Command says any vessel entering or departing the blockaded area without authorization is subject to interception, diversion, and capture. The note was sent by the US to the seafarers about the blockade that is seeking to take away the control of the strait from Iran. In fact, data tracking shows a vessel named Rich Starry, which departed Sharjah anchorage off the coast of Dubai, heading for China, was turned back minutes after approaching the strait. Another vessel, the Austria, was also turned back. Both tankers were carrying oil and chemicals. The US military also said the blockade would not apply to shipments including food, medical supplies, and other essential goods would be permitted, but with subject to inspection. The blockade adds to uncertainty around how ships will transit the crucial waterway, which is used to move 1/5 of the world's oil and gas supplies.
Viewers, now Pakistan is in the news again. It's positioning itself as a peace broker between the United States and Iran and is now reportedly set to hold second round of ceasefire talks in Islamabad. But its double game has been exposed. While it's trying to play mediator, Pakistani Prime Minister is headed to Saudi Arabia for high-level consultations at a time when the kingdom remains deeply invested in the regional conflict. Further, Pakistan shares a defense pact with Saudi Arabia and has already deployed fighter jets to the kingdom under the strategic pact. And this puts Pakistan's neutrality in question. Can a country that's militarily aligned with one side and diplomatically with another claim to be a neutral negotiator at all? Is Pakistan double-crossing all the sides? There's a lot more in the report that comes next. Take a look.
Pakistan wants the world to believe it is brokering peace between the US and Iran, but behind the diplomacy lies a far more complex reality. Even as Islamabad could potentially host second round of ceasefire talks, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is scheduled to visit Saudi Arabia for high-level consultations with Mohammed bin Salman. The visit comes at a critical moment in the conflict, with a fragile 2-week ceasefire in place and negotiations still unresolved. At the same time, Pakistan has activated its defense partnership with Saudi Arabia. Fighter jets and support aircraft have been deployed to a Saudi airbase, marking its first visible military move under the Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement signed in 2025. The agreement commits both sides to consider an attack on one as an attack on both and allows for a deployment of Pakistani forces upon Saudi request, a country that has been hammered by Iran. While talks held in Islamabad over the weekend ran for nearly 21 hours but ended without a formal agreement. Following the breakdown, the US has now imposed a naval blockade targeting Iranian ports, raising concerns about the stability of the ceasefire. Thus, Pakistan's failed attempt at peace now running parallel to its economic realities. Saudi Arabia remains one of the Pakistan's largest financial backers, with billions of dollars in deposits and assistance extended over the years. Sharif's visit is expected to include discussions on economic cooperation and financial support. He will be accompanied by the country's radical army chief Asim Munir and key cabinet members, indicating the strategic importance of the visit. With ongoing hostilities, unresolved negotiations, and overlapping alliances, Pakistan's double game now stands exposed.
Viewers, Viewers, amid the ongoing tensions in West Asia, diplomatic efforts are underway even as violence continues on the ground. Ambassadors from Lebanon and Israel met in Washington for a US-brokered talks attended by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio in a bid to ease the conflict. However, despite these efforts, hostilities persist in Lebanon, with civilians, especially children, bearing the brunt of the violence. In one such tragic incident, 11-year-old Javad Younes was also killed in an airstrike while playing soccer. His grieving mother recounts the devastating moment she realized her son was gone. Take a look. Ambassadors of Lebanon and Israel met in Washington for US-brokered talks. That was also attended by US's State Secretary Marco Rubio. But hostilities continue to take place in Lebanon. Listen in to the mother of an 11-year-old, Javad Younes, who was playing soccer in the lot when Israeli strikes killed him.
صعب كتير علي، قاسي كتير إنه ابني كان عم بيلعب اجي لاقيه هون، يعني ما عادش اقدر اشوف، ما عادش اقدر اطلع بعيونه الحلوين. هون شو بدي اقول؟ ما كنت عارفه اصلا انه غيرها هون، يعني الصدمه لتوعي انا عم بلم اولادي من الارض من قلب البيت، ما عارفه، بس انا وراكدي لحتى لم اولادي صرخت جواد. هو محمد الجواد، نحن بنقول له جواد. خلص قلبي هيك قال.
Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitta, a reconstructive surgeon, says that the injuries he's treating are closer to those in Gaza than it is to the previous Lebanon war.
It's slightly similar, slightly different to the previous war in that the type of explosive is different. Previous war, there was a lot of kind of ground-penetrating bunker busters, and so the shrapnel injuries, the radius of the shrapnel injuries was more limited. In this war, Israel is directly targeting people's homes, and so we're getting a lot of shrapnel injuries, a lot of direct blast wounds, rubble, children being crushed underneath the rubble of their own homes. And so it's a kind of closer to the Gaza injuries than it is to the previous Lebanon war.
Listen in to the uncle of Ali Shehab, who was also killed in an airstrike.
Taline was a very special child. Even among children her age, she stood out. She was expressive, aware, and full of personality. And she was very attached to her father. She loved being around him and didn't like to share him with anyone.
Israeli military has been saying one thing since the start of the conflict with Hezbollah, that it is only out to target Hezbollah facilities and militants. But the reality is that over 2,000 people have lost their lives, including many civilians. So the question is, where does this compass of war crimes actually stop? Viewers, while there has been a ceasefire in place on ground between Iran and the United States, the war of words and visuals on social media are escalating. Trump had recently posted an AI-generated picture portraying himself as Jesus. This came in the backdrop of an already escalating row with Pope Leo XIV. But now it seems like Trump is alone on his stance against the Pope, as Italian Prime Minister has also attacked Trump while Iran mocks him openly on social media. Take a look. Donald Trump shared an AI-generated image of himself on Truth Social, portraying himself as Jesus Christ. In the image, Trump is seen draped in flowing robes, surrounded by divine light, and appearing to heal a man. He's flanked by supporters depicted as angelic or soldier-like figures, adding to the symbolic imagery. The post triggered massive backlash online, following which Trump deleted the image. Iran responded with a dramatic AI-generated video. A Jesus-like figure descends and attacks Trump's character, punching him before throwing him into a pit of lava. With a voice-over warning, "Your reckoning has come." The exchange has intensified US-Iran tensions online, turning into digital propaganda battle driven by symbolism, satire and political messaging. Iran also defended Pope Leo XIV amid Trump's criticism. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian called the image offensive, saying discretion of Jesus is unacceptable. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf backed the Pope, praising his stance against the war, calling it a fearless position against US actions. The row has also drawn reactions from Europe. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni also defended the Pope, saying religious leaders must remain independent of political pressure. Trump hit back at Meloni's remarks, expressing shock at her criticism. In an interview, he said, "I'm shocked at her. I thought she had the courage, but I was wrong." Meanwhile, J.D. Vance weighed in on the controversy, calling for caution from religious leaders on political matters, adding another layer to the ongoing debate. Iranian embassy in Ghana also joined the mockery online, posting a sarcastic message targeting both Trump and Italy, blending humor, diplomacy and political messaging. It claimed Italy had lost an ally after defending the Pope. The post mockingly referred to Trump as the most powerful man on earth. Iran then joked about applying to replace the US as Italy's ally, highlighting its 7,000-year-old civilization, cultural ties, and mocking Trump's attention span. The conflict has now spilled into the digital space, marking a new phase of informative warfare. Viewers, now shifting focus. The International Monetary Fund has warned that escalating Middle East tensions are weighing on global growth, now projected at just 3.1% in 2026. This number has come down from earlier estimates. Rising energy prices, driven by supply disruptions and instability in key shipping routes, are pushing inflation higher and tightening financial conditions worldwide. The IMF says emerging markets and energy importing nations are the most vulnerable, facing currency pressures and capital outflows, and has urged for swift policy action to prevent a deeper global slowdown.
The International Monetary Fund warns the West Asia conflict is slowing global growth, now projected at 3.1% in 2026. Down from 3.4%.
Our report presents three scenarios. Our reference forecast assumes a short-lived conflict and a moderate 19% rise in energy prices in 2026. Still, some damage will not be avoided. Global growth falls to 3.1% this year, a downgrade from January forecast, and headline inflation rises to 4.4%.
IMF claims that rising tensions involving Iran and strikes by the United States and Israel have disrupted energy supplies. Closure of the Strait of Hormuz has pushed prices on a higher side. The IMF projects global inflation rising to 4.4%, driven by surging energy costs.
Our severe scenario assumes that energy supply disruptions extend into next year, with greater macro instability. Global growth falls to 2% this year and next, while inflation exceeds 6%. Downside risks are clearly very elevated. Now, the impact of the war will be uneven. Low-income energy importers are highly exposed, especially those with pre-existing vulnerabilities and limited buffers. But the damage is most severe for countries in the Gulf.
Despite strong investment in AI and data centers, the conflict has stalled economic momentum, as stated by IMF. Emerging markets and low-income energy importing nations are expected to hit the hardest, as per the IMF analysis.
Emerging markets have been relatively more impacted by recent price moves. Support to emerging markets that was present over the past year has been challenged by the conflict. For example, sovereign credit ratings, contained inflation pressures, and supportive external financial conditions could be vulnerable. Currencies and capital flows in many energy importing emerging markets have come under pressure. The composition of capital flows is a big factor. Over time, emerging markets have relied more on debt inflows that are more sensitive to interest rate differentials and less on foreign direct investment.
At last, IMF urges nations for quick policy action, warning tighter financial conditions could deepen the slowdown.
Ved Jain, who is an economist, joins me live on the broadcast to get us more updates on the matter. Mr. Jain, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. I want to understand from you, where do we begin sort of, even measuring this inflation that IMF has been talking about, so much so that it can send the global economies in a sliding recession? So where do we even begin measuring this?
You see that IMF has the statistical data, and based on the various parameters and the information and the prices prevailing over globally, the numbers are worked out. Now, when any events happen, such as the Iran-US war, and when the US dollars getting stronger, oil prices going better, high up. Now, obviously, the numbers which the IMF has earlier worked, they have to be reworked on that basis. So now one of the major crises is the energy. As you were saying, that energy now is mainly this petrol products, and which was hovering around to 60 to 70 barrels. Now it's going more than $150 per barrel. So obviously the cost of production, the cost of products across the globe is going to be up. And energy is not limited to what we normally see, that it is only the electricity or it is only the vehicles or transportation, etc. Now, these are chemicals also which you can produce and which are major raw material for the various products also. So obviously the prices are going to be up, and the prices are going to up, then there is bound to be an inflation. That's the reason. And that's why the IMF has worked out the number. As you can see, it has projected 4.4% inflation for the year 2026. And the numbers can go in case, because it is short-term war, they have taken into consideration. Their expectation is that in case the war continues and it spills over to the next year, and then this inflation can go up from 4.4% to 6%. So these projections are worked out based on the possibility of the price of the various product, and oil being one of the major energy source. Everyone is expecting that if the war continues, this is going to be a challenge, particularly to the emerging economies.
Viewers, in fact, that was Ved Jain, an economist who joined us live to give us a lowdown on what's happening. Thanks very much for speaking to Republic. In fact, that was an insightful sort of look into what's happening. Now, viewers, shifting focus. We're going to be talking to you about how China is now breaking its own record. They are all set to build a dam. It's the biggest in the world. It's constructing a massive 60,000 megawatt hydropower project on the Yarlung-Tsangpo River, also called the Brahmaputra in India. Now, this is where it's being built. This is what we're leaving you with.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-20.
Republic blows the lid off Nashik horror. Biggest case of rape and sexual exploitation. Rape institutionalized under religious garb, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी,
every day. AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we come to you with a story that has been completely ignored. Many did perhaps tom-tom about Pakistan being the mediator between America and Iran. But what's the real story? Why exactly was Pakistan the messenger between America and Iran? Is it just because Asim Munir, as I call him, Field Marshal Asim Munir, did he play a pivotal role? Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we tell you the real story. Not just this, another major admission that has been made by the Pakistanis. In fact, we'll come to that, and also the role that has basically been played by the Chinese. Who exactly was helping the Iranians to select the targets, and how exactly were military bases of United States of America really chosen? Who was the benefactor? We'll get you the other big details coming in tonight on This Is Exclusive. Then, of course, we have the big admission that has been made by the Pakistanis. This about how they were helping the Hamas. That's the other big story that we're getting to you tonight. And finally, the Strait of Malacca. That's the key focus area after Strait of Hormuz, why it is shifting focus now to the Strait of Malacca. All this and much more in this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. As Pakistan plays a mediator in Islamabad peace talks, sources reveal Pakistan military bases were used in Trump's war against Iran. Sources reveal Chinese link in the West Asia war. Iran used Chinese satellites to monitor key US bases. A Pakistani senator makes an explosive confession, revealing close ties with Hamas, says Pakistan war colleges train Hamas fighters and Palestinian cadets. As Strait of Hormuz blockade continues, US now eyes the Strait of Malacca after Hormuz. Washington signs a defense pact with Indonesia expanding its operational reach over the Strait of Malacca. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight on This Is Exclusive, we put the spotlight on Pakistan's role as the mediator in the recent Islamabad peace talks. Now, there are fresh allegations that have emerged questioning the accountability of Pakistan as a neutral country to begin with. Sources indicate that US military has used Pakistani bases during its operation against Iran in the ongoing West Asia war. In fact, top intelligence sources indicating that America's MQ9 Reaper drones used extensively for surveillance and strikes could have actually been operated from or near Pakistani military bases, given their strategic proximity to Iran. In fact, the MQ9 Reaper has a long operational radius that easily covers Iranian territory, making it a key asset in the conflict. The campaign, however, has come at a steep cost, with reports confirming that the US has effectively lost up to 24 MQ9 Reaper drones so far, valued at nearly $720 million. In fact, one of the last known incidents involved a Reaper reportedly shot down over Qashm Island in the Strait of Hormuz by an Iranian air defense system. In fact, what's the real story here? Why suddenly was Pakistan being seen as the mediator? And why it has been always spoken in hushed tone as to whether at all Pakistani military air bases were actually being used. Pakistani letting US use their air bases to bomb Iran is reason enough that they are not essentially the neutral party or the neutral body to mediate ceasefire between Iran and Israel. On top of that, Pakistan's defense minister, Khwaja Asif, had slammed Israel and called it evil. He said, and I quote, "Israel is evil and a curse for humanity. Israel is basically committing genocide in Lebanon and innocent citizens are being killed in Israel." He also said that bloodletting is going on Lebanon unabated. I'm going to go back to that first focus that we have about the Pakistani military bases. And joining me tonight on This Is Exclusive is a very, very special guest, someone who is monitoring the Iran war very closely. And we're very privileged to have General Dillon, who's joining us on this broadcast. General Dillon, thank you very much for making a debut on This Is Exclusive. Tonight we're starting with a very big story here, something that you've told me that you've been saying this right from day one. But tonight, General Dillon, I come with a little bit of research in terms of going through the radar data. And in fact, we're going to subsequently follow up on this story. But I want to get your first thoughts while we take our viewers through the graphics that we have just put out, that Pakistani military bases were perhaps used during this Trump's war. Reconnaissance was also done in the month of January, is what I'm given to understand. General Dillon, what's your assessment about Pakistani military bases? Could they actually have been used during this war?
Good evening, Shawan, and good evening to all your viewers. And yes, it's good to be back. I remember last time we spoke was immediately after abrogation of Article 370. My first interview on TV after the abrogation, and that was with you in Srinagar. And now coming to the point of discussion today. Before I answer your specific question, let me explain for the benefit of your viewers as to why Pakistani bases are important for any action in the aerial space over Iran. If you look at the map of Iran and you look at Israel, from where the missiles were coming in, or all the US air bases in the Gulf countries, they were all coming in from southern side or southwestern side. So accordingly, Iran's air defenses were facing south or southwest to interdict any missiles or any aerial platforms coming from Israel or American bases in the Gulf. Their eastern flank, which is facing Pakistan, and northeastern flank, which is facing Afghanistan, was more or less devoid of any air defense because Iranians did not think that anything from this side can come. Now, having said that, it was very important for the Americans to use the eastern flank from Pakistani side or northeastern flank from Afghanistan side to divide Iran's air defense assets. Having degraded their air defense and missile capabilities to quite a bit, but still the way US was losing aircrafts, more than 40 high-end aircrafts have been lost by US in this war. That means the air defense, especially the man-pads, as we call it, man-portable air defense systems, or the shoulder-fire missiles in a layman's term, those were still active, and they were losing the platforms continuously. So it was very important for USA to open up the eastern front of Iran for surveillance and aerial activity, so that Iran, per force, has to pick up some assets of air defense and deploy them on the eastern flank. For that, USA needed the Pakistani air bases, or at least the Pakistani airspace, even if they take off from other lands. Now, coming to MQ9 Reaper drone, which you just spoke about, just again for the benefit of your viewers, they may have an idea drone is something which is a very small, they would have seen in some functions, flying around, taking videography and all that. This drone is 66 feet long. It is more than 35 feet in width, and wingspan is 66 feet and 35 feet in length. Height is more than 12.5 feet. And it can fly for 27 hours once takeoff. That means it can take off from Pakistan, fly over Iran, pass all the data, and then land in a third country, anywhere, even up to Europe. So that is the capability. The only problem is it's a low-flying machine. It's a slow-flying machine. It's a slow-flying machine. It can be interdicted by air defense. So they needed Pakistani airspace or air bases to insert these drones from the eastern side. And I've been saying from day one, as you just mentioned, that they will need Pakistani airspace at some stage to divert Iranian air defense, which is concentrated towards south and southwest.
General Dhillon, I just want to share this with you and perhaps with our viewers as to how exactly I came to this particular conclusion after I was given a tip-off by a source within the establishment and intelligence sources. Now, the indication that I got was through the radar systems that we were basically closely following. And it turns out that in the month of January 2, closer to Wakhan corridor is when there is a crash that takes place of an MQ9 drone. And it turns out that it could not have been possible had it not taken off from Pakistan. So it seems that there is a pattern that was basically building right from the month of January. And some suggest that even in the first round of the war that actually took place, there is a possibility that Pakistani military airbase was used. Just to add more credence to what you're basically saying, General Dhillon, how would you really negate, some of the arguments that have been made about the operational radius of this drone actually being utilized to target Iran? Could that have really been possible from Pakistan?
Shravan, as I said earlier, this drone has the capability to fly for 27 hours under ideal conditions. Now, given the operational conditions and various detours and things it would have taken, and it also depends on the payload. It has the capacity to carry maximum payload of 3,800 pounds. That is around 1,700 kgs. Now, if you can carry 1,700 kgs, which includes the laser-guided glide weapon systems, precision weapon systems, it is not only a reconnaissance drone or reconnaissance aerial platform, it also carries laser-guided glide weapons. So that if you find out a target worth it, it can engage that target. So depending on the payload, the weather conditions, and where it is taking off, the altitude which it has to fly, the circuit of radius or radius of operation, that can differ. But definitely anything 20 hours plus minus few hours here and there is the capability of this drone to fly over enemy territory. And as I said earlier, it can take off from Pakistan and land somewhere else depending on the it's a soft or you can say safe passage which it may get. So it's a very powerful machine. And it passes back the real-time information. That means if a MQ9 is airborne and it picks up a weapon which it cannot destroy on its own or its onboard weapons, it can pass back the information and additional set of aircrafts can take off or missiles can take off because the coordinates are available through MQ9. So that target can be destroyed either by missiles or by aircrafts or any other means of engagement, depending on the profile of the target and the range of the target from the various US air bases. And it can also be destroyed by the airborne platforms, depending on the feed which has been given back by this MQ9 drone.
General Dhillon, I'll request you to stay on with us. I want to quickly move to a similar information that has now actually come in. Now, there are multiple reports basically now emerging about how Iranians have actually been helped. Now, these are based on multiple reports that are now coming in. Western media has also been reporting about the fact that based on Iranian military documents, they say that Iran got its hand on an advanced Chinese satellite in late 2024, and it looks like the IRGC used it to keep a close eye on key US military bases across the Middle East. Now, the satellite in question is called the TEE-01B. Now, it was built and launched by a Chinese company called the Earth Eye Company, and what makes their model interesting is something that they call in orbit delivery, meaning that they launch the satellite from China and they transfer the control to the buyer once it's already up into space. Now, in this case, Beijing apparently granted the IRGC access after the launch. Why does this matter? The TEE-01B can capture high-resolution imagery at about 0.5 meter resolution. Now, that's sharp enough to pick out serious detail. Now, for Iran, this was a significant upgrade over what their own domestic satellites could do at that time. Now, according to the documents which have been reviewed by Western media, Iranian commanders tasked to satellite to monitor the major US bases in places like Saudi Arabia. They reportedly collected imagery and coordinates before and after the missile and drone strikes in March during the recent regional tensions. Let me bring in General Dhillon. Right now, General Dhillon, while China has essentially tried to have a one-hand distance here, hoping that they will play the role of some sort of a mediator at some point in time, it is now quite apparent that the Iranians were able to carry out such precision targets only because of some help, the Chinese and perhaps even the Russian. What assessment would you really make in terms of the kind of help that the Iranians may have got?
Shravan, before I come to your question proper, your viewers will remember, during Operation Sindoor, the Deputy Chief of Army Staff of Indian Army had very categorically said that Chinese are supplying the locations of our weapon systems and satellite imagery to Pakistan in real time, the electronic warfare aspects. Now, that means China's satellite and space capability is quite good. That I will agree. They have a good space capability. The only thing is, during war, if they're supplying this intelligence or information to one of the warring parties, that actually means you are aligning with that party. And then during Operation Sindoor, it was they aligned with Pakistan and they were providing the information about Indian weapon systems to Pakistan. Now, having said that, the information which you gave out that they have a satellite of Chinese origin, which was launched by China and has now been given to Iran, or they have bought it off, and the complete data is available to Iran, which has been given by that satellite. See, in this game, having a front and deniability is very important. That one satellite cannot provide the complete intelligence or data to Iran of US air bases and as also the post-strike damage assessment. That means you provide the data of the air bases, the location, the weapon system, the lat-longs, the exact configuration, where all, what all is parked. And then also after the strike, you give a post-strike data assessment, damage assessment, because the satellites in the space, they follow a particular pattern of travel. And that pattern is known to everyone, whosoever is using space, especially USA. So this particular satellite which Iran has bought, their revisit timings will be known to the Americans. And whenever that satellite is on top of their air bases, they will make arrangements to camouflage their equipment or camouflage what they don't want to be seen, or put out dummies which they want to be picked up by this satellite. So this type of intelligence where real-time data is being provided, real-time post-strike damage assessment is being provided, is not possible by only one satellite. because that revisit time of the satellite is known to everyone and they will take precautionary measures. That means China, in all likelihood, is providing intelligence to Iran from their own satellites. But for the deniability factor, they have this front that Iran has got one satellite of ours, which they have paid for. This type of precision attacks on US bases with precision post-strike damage assessment and restriking is not possible with the help of only one satellite.
Perhaps for many who thought at the beginning of the war that you have a mighty army of United States of America fighting against the IRGC, which perhaps in many ways would have looked into the guerrilla tactics. But the reality is this, that today if the Americans had to take a back seat was also because of the coordination that has come together between the Russians, the Chinese and the Iranians, which perhaps has put a setback for the Americans. I want to put the focus again on the role of the Pakistanis here. And General Dhillon, just a short while back, I got a confirmation here, and this is about why the Israelis have been quite upset. The reason being is that the way the Pakistanis have actually operated here. I want to put this out right now. It's a startling admission that has actually been made from Pakistan's Senator Mushahid Hussain, who's now sparked a fresh debate over Islamabad's ties with Hamas. Senator Hussain has publicly confirmed that Pakistan is actively training Hamas fighters inside its military academies. He stated that there are Palestinian cadets currently being trained across Pakistan's military institutions. And the senator also reveals that Pakistan is actually training orphans from Gaza who lost their families in the conflict. Pakistan has also long maintained close military-to-military links. And now when they say that this is training the Hamas, it's a big disclosure. It's the latest disclosure which highlights the extent of its support for Hamas. Listen to what the Pakistani senator had to say.
Day before yesterday, I was at the Pakistan Navy War College. There were 2 Palestinian cadets. We go to any Pakistani military institution, there are Palestinian officers being trained by Pakistan. And recently, of course, we accepted some fighters from Hamas also, and also refugees from Gaza who were studying, and gave them scholarships, boys and girls who had been homeless and orphans in Pakistani educational institutions.
General Dhillon, as we end the program, I want to get a full overview of what we are telling our viewers. We started off with Pakistani military bases that perhaps may have been used by the Americans. And now the confession. This is not what we are saying. This is a confession that has been made by none other than a senator who says that he's gone to the Navy War College, and this is what he picked up, that the Pakistanis are training Hamas. The world perhaps needs to look into this, that what are we really dealing with? Not to basically negate here or not to have this tutu meme with Pakistan. We are just putting out facts for the world to know that this is the real face of the Pakistanis.
Absolutely, Shaban. Not only this, wherever there is a terrorist organization or terrorist activity across the globe, somehow or the other, the wires join back to Pakistan. The links come back to Pakistan, and Pakistan's ISI has become a master in training, funding, supporting, motivating, and doing all types of activities for the terrorist organizations. Within Pakistan, in Afghanistan, the terrorist organization for operating in India and all across the world. And just for the benefit of your viewers again, now this report says that Pakistan is training Palestinians and the Hamas fighters. It was under Brigadier Zia-ul-Haq, who later on became Chief of Army Staff and the dictator of Pakistan. Under Brigadier Zia-ul-Haq, that Pakistan Army has killed Gazans in Gaza. So it is just a piece of history. So Pakistan and Pakistan Army can do anything. They will say something, but they will do something else. And for the benefit of viewers, where was Osama bin Laden found? The world's biggest terrorist was found in Abbottabad in Pakistan, few meters away from their military academy. So everything is possible, and Pakistan training the Palestinians openly in their training establishments was a well-known fact. And now Pakistan training the Gazan or the Hamas fighters in Pakistan or in Gaza under their supervision. It was always known, but now America knows it all along. But it is just that it is convenient for America and the West not to talk about it today because they need Pakistan. The geostrategic location of Pakistan is such that Americans and the West need Pakistan, may it be for operations in Iran, may it be for yesterday's operations in Afghanistan, or again for tomorrow's operations in Afghanistan, as also to counterbalance India, China, Russia in this region.
General Dhillon, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. It's always a pleasure having you on our network. Thank you very much. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time with more special stories.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाय एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian plains. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles. The MiG-29 UPG with ASRAAM now matches the close combat power of top Western jets, like the Eurofighter or Rafale. Pilots who fly the MiG-29 love its speed and quick turns. With the new missile, the plane stays agile but hits harder and from safer distance. In modern wars full of electronic jamming and surprise attacks, this extra edge can decide who wins. The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic Super Prime Time with me, Rakshita Mishra. We're going to get you, in the next 25 minutes, the top stories of the day from the country to across the globe that are of importance. We get you a lowdown and in-depth analysis and an in-depth coverage of all the stories. But first, a quick check of the headlines and then we get started. Trump takes a U-turn on Hormuz blockade, says Hormuz being permanently opened. As Park plays a mediator in Islamabad peace talks, sources reveal Park military bases were used in Trump's war against Iran. New sources reveal Chinese link in the West Asia war. Iran used Chinese satellites to monitor key US bases. TCS employee Ashwini Janani sent to judicial custody, accused of ignoring complaints of Hindu women. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old Pakso case, accused Muhammad Ayaz and Muhammad Tanveer's residence. The Nasik grooming gang horror. Investigators are now probing possible international and terror links. Yes, we're talking about terror links. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at a wider network of jihad right now. First, a Malaysia-based preacher who allegedly brainwashed Hindu women and promised them opportunities abroad. That's not all. On the other hand, there is a link of the absconding Nida Khan, the HR executive with the Red Fort blast accused Dr. Shaheen. They both had a meeting in Delhi, reportedly. Sources are indicating a possible connection to wider networks, external agencies. Now, Nida Khan remains on the run. She's believed to be hiding in Bhiwandi of Maharashtra, even as multiple SI teams continue to search. Republic TV, meanwhile, reached the resort today in Trimbakeshwar, where one of the employees was gang raped. With digital trails, internal roles, possible external links, and under the scanner, now this is rapidly expanding, viewers, with more explosive revelations are expected in the next few days. This is a call. This is a wake-up call, viewers. The nation cannot keep their eyes shut too. We cannot keep our mouths shut. We need to speak up. We need to expose. These are educated individuals who are part of a nefarious plot in big institutions. They need to be stopped. Here's more. Big breakthroughs in the Nasik grooming gang case, with investigators now uncovering an international and terror-linked angle. Sources reveal that a Malaysia-based preacher identified as Imran has surfaced in the probe, featuring in WhatsApp chats and video calls with victims. Investigators say victims were allegedly introduced to him virtually, where they were promised high-paying jobs, a better lifestyle, and opportunities abroad, raising suspicions of a larger organized network. In another explosive link, absconding accused Nida Khan is also being linked to Red Fort blast accused Dr. Shaheen. Sources say the two had reportedly met in Delhi and could be part of a wider white-collar jihad network, a claim now under active verification. In fact, Nida Khan's counsel has also filed for an anticipatory bail in the Nasik court. Nida Khan remains on the run, with input suggesting she is hiding in Bhiwandi. Officials say she has erased her digital footprint, making it harder for agencies to track her, even as multiple SIT teams continue the search. Meanwhile, a major breakthrough has come from ground evidence, with CCTV footage accessed from a private resort near Trimbakeshwar. Investigators suspect victims were taken to this location, where they were allegedly assaulted and tortured.
One of the victims was brought to a resort on Trimbakeshwar Road, and here we are exclusively near that very resort. As you can see, it is a very, very remote place. One of the victims was brought here and she was literally gang raped. Let me repeat, she was gang raped by the three of the accused. Here she was brought, which is a really, really remote place, and as you can see that there's a very pretty much silence over here. No one can actually see that what exactly is going on. This is the resort where that victim was brought and she was continuously gang raped. This is the Trimbakeshwar Road where the victim was brought by three of the accused, and she was sexually assaulted and gang raped at this resort.
Previously, several women have alleged harassment, coercion, and attempts of forced religious conversions within the workplace. Victims claim they were systematically targeted, manipulated using personal vulnerabilities, and pressured over time, indicating a possible organized pattern. The controversy has placed Tata Consultancy Services under intense scrutiny. The SIT is now scanning CCTV footage, financial records and digital trails, while all accused employees have been suspended. Investigators are also probing the role of the HR department after allegations that complaints were ignored.
मैम आरोप लग रहा है, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम कुछ कहेंगी आप?
Digital evidence has become a key focus, with a closed WhatsApp group suspected to have acted as a control room. Several chat logs were allegedly deleted, and forensic teams have managed to recover some of the lost data. And with key accused still absconding and new links surfacing, the case is only getting bigger, with more revelations expected in the coming days. Now, after the Nasik corporate jihad horror, another case of sexual assault of teenage girls, minors, is emerging from Maharashtra's Amravati. The investigation is uncovering a disturbing network of exploitation, blackmail, viral abuse videos involving minor girls, and bulldozer action now has been taken against the prime accused in Parathwada. This is a sexual assault case, and these women were also being pushed towards prostitution, what we understand. With multiple arrests and political reactions that are coming in, viewers, we are now looking at some more of outrage on the ground now regarding this. This is a 19-year-old who has been arrested he has preyed on more than 180 girls. It's a detailed report.
After the TCS grooming gang in Nashik, a sexual assault case has now come to light from Amravati in Maharashtra. Bulldozer action was carried out in Amravati at the 19-year-old sexual predator's residence. The accused in this case, Mohammad Ayaz, allegedly lured minor girls through social media and sexually exploited them. He recorded videos while assaulting minor girls and used these to blackmail the victims. Police say nearly 100 obscene videos have surfaced online with victims receiving threats and being blackmailed. The scandal has shaken Parathwada and Achalpur, with links emerging across multiple cities in Maharashtra, including Amravati, Nagpur, Pune and Mumbai. In a key breakthrough, police also made a second arrest in this case. Uzair Khan has also been taken into police custody for allegedly downloading the videos from the main accused's phone and circulating them online. Investigation has also brought to light AIMIM links of the 19-year-old accused in this case. However, AIMIM leaders have denied any current association, claiming he had been expelled earlier.
2-4 रोज से परतवाड़े के शेख आयान की कुछ अश्लील फोटोज और वीडियोस सोशल मीडिया पर और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया पर वायरल हो चुकी है, जिसकी वजह से उसकी कंप्लेंट हुई है। पुलिस प्रशासन अपना काम कर रही है, उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। लेकिन अभी मैंने देखा कि कुछ न्यूज चैनल्स पे बताया जा रहा है कि वो एमआईएम पार्टी का पदाधिकारी है और कार्यकर्ता है। नगर परिषद अचलपुर के इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसको सोशल मीडिया संभालने के लिए हमारे वहां के तालुका अध्यक्ष शेख आदिल साहब ने उसको मीडिया प्रभारी बनाए थे, लेकिन पूरे इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसने पार्टी के उम्मीदवारों के लिए कोई सोशल एक्टिविटीज नहीं किया। इसलिए मतदान के फौरन बाद उसको पार्टी से निष्कासित कर दी गई थी, उसको लेटर दे दिया गया था और उसका पार्टी से कोई संबंध नहीं था।
The sexual exploitation case has sparked major political outrage.
अमरावती सेक्स स्कैंडल में अयान मोहम्मद और उनके आधा डजन साथियों ने परतवाड़ा, अचलपुर, अमरावती, नागपुर की 11वीं 12वीं के कोचिंग क्लास में जाने वाली अनेक डजन लड़कियों की इज्जत लूटी, ब्लैकमेल किया, रैप किया, बलात्कार किया। मैंने मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी से प्रार्थना की है कि इसके ऊपर तुरंत एसआईटी गठित करनी चाहिए।
Police say multiple statements have been recorded and more arrests could follow as the probe deepens. However, as investigation unfolds, the focus remains on identifying all links of this sexual harassment racket.
And to news from across the globe now, bizarre digital face-off is escalating between US and Iran now after President Donald Trump of the United States posted an AI-generated image portraying himself as Jesus Christ. Tehran has hit back with a provocative AI video mocking Trump. The controversy has now drawn in global leaders including Giorgia Meloni and sparked reaction from J.D. Vance, turning into a full-blown online propaganda battle with political and religious undertones. Here's more. We'll leave you with this report.
Donald Trump shared an AI-generated image of himself on Truth Social, portraying himself as Jesus Christ. In the image, Trump is seen draped in flowing robes, surrounded by divine light and appearing to heal a man. He's flanked by supporters depicted as angelic or soldier-like figures, adding to the symbolic imagery. The post triggered massive backlash online, following which Trump deleted the image. Iran responded with a dramatic AI-generated video. A Jesus-like figure descends and attacks Trump's character, punching him before throwing him into a pit of lava. With a voice-over warning, "Your reckoning has come." The exchange has intensified US-Iran tensions online, turning into digital propaganda battle driven by symbolism, satire, and political messaging. Iran also defended Pope Leo XIV amid Trump's criticism. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian called the image offensive, saying discretion of Jesus is unacceptable. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf backed the Pope, praising his stance against the war, calling it a fearless position against US actions. The row has also drawn reactions from Europe. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni also defended the Pope, saying religious leaders must remain independent of political pressure. Trump hit back at Meloni's remarks, expressing shock at her criticism. In an interview, he said, "I'm shocked at her. I thought she had the courage, but I was wrong." Meanwhile, J.D. Vance weighed in on the controversy, calling for caution from religious leaders on political matters, adding another layer to the ongoing debate. Iranian embassy in Ghana also joined the mockery online, posting a sarcastic message targeting both Trump and Italy, blending humor, diplomacy, and political messaging. It claimed Italy had lost an ally after defending the Pope. The post mockingly referred to Trump as the most powerful man on earth. Iran then joked about applying to replace the US as Italy's ally, highlighting its 7,000-year-old civilization, cultural ties, and mocking Trump's attention span. The conflict has now spilled into the digital space, marking a new phase of informative warfare.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Correct. The taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MQ9 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरनब मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरनब मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MQ9 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores
850 versus 543 MPs. Opposition fear-mongering. The truth about women's bill. Delimitation, alibi to block bill, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Republic blows the lid off Nashik horror. Biggest case of rape and sexual exploitation. Rape institutionalized under religious garb, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Co-powered by Muthoot Finance Gold Loan, Sona Kya Nahi Kar Sakta. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
The nationalist collective is an idea that will bring us together and make sure that the world knows that we are here to make our mark. We will never be run over. Let's come together for the nation.
Join the 7th Nationalist Collective Conclave on 16th April. I will be discussing space, integrated warfare and modern defense, preparing India for future conflicts.
This is Ratan Sharda. The topic of my speech is From Ideology to Impact, the RSS and India's Growth Story. I'm sure you'll enjoy it and hope to see you soon.
Republic blows the lid off Nashik horror. Biggest case of rape and sexual exploitation. Rape institutionalized under religious garb, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Co-powered by Muthoot Finance Gold Loan, Sona Kya Nahi Kar Sakta. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
What if there is a group of Indians so loud, so passionate, who have so much belief in the country, that their collective voice is a roar that everyone, including political parties, have to respond to? You just imagine the enemy would hear the voice of that group and know where to draw the line.
From dependence to dominance, why innovation defines Atmanirbhar Bharat. Do join me as I discuss the imperatives of innovation at the Republic 7th Nationalist Collective Conclave on Thursday.
Watch the conversation on Republic TV. At the conclave, I'll be sharing insights on leading for the nation, lessons from the front line to the war room.
Republic blows the lid off Nashik horror. Biggest case of rape and sexual exploitation. Rape institutionalized under religious garb, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Co-powered by Muthoot Finance Gold Loan, Sona Kya Nahi Kar Sakta. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.